Might take a little bit to update.
Sure.
Gonna refresh. Hello, Jack. Can you hear us? Actually live.
Hello.
Oh, can you hear Greg?
Yes, we can.
Awesome.
What's up, everybody? Oh, I can't even see the chat going by. Hello, I love you all.
They're going crazy.
Thanks for having me, y'all. How's our sound levels, everyone?
My microphone is a little turned up than it usually is, so let me know if I can tweak it down a little bit, chat. But I think it might be okay.
Great audio, I saw. Greg is a bit quiet, I heard. Okay. So here's the thing. I can turn up to do like this, but then I don't want to blow you out.
Let me turn myself down a little bit and see if we can balance a little bit like that. Can you still hear me, Greg? Am I loud and clear?
Yeah, you sound totally fine to me.
Okay. So maybe we're a bit more balanced now.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a way you can boost my sound on your side, that's better in the sense that if I get louder, I won't clip and it won't distort. But if you're at the max of like boosting my level, then we'll just go with this, and I'll back off the mic. Yeah,
I'm at the max right now. Yeah, I think
I don't want to touch anything. It's working.
Yeah, it's working. We're fine. Like, yeah, that's exactly my philosophy. Yeah, that's good. Okay, give me 1 second to move something over here. Okay, and can you see my my mouse cursor, Greg?
I don't think so. Oh, yes, I can. Wow, cool.
Okay, cool. All right, awesome.
Oh, but I'm only seeing it through the stream. I'm not seeing it through Zoom, so it might be delayed. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe Zoom doesn't have that. If I hit the button right now, is it still going through? So the uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. And if I hit it, is it updating on your end?
Well, the thing is, on Zoom, I actually don't even see your screen anymore.
Oh, how did that go?
I don't know.
Am I just sharing?
Oh, no,
audio
wait.
with you now?
No, it was my fault because I had the wrong tab selected. Okay, so now I see computer audio is being shared, but it seems like your video is no longer being shared.
Okay, so we have to share both at the same time. Okay.
Yeah.
So screens and Umineko when they cry. Okay, how about now?
Yes, now I see it. Thank you.
Okay. We had the video before, and now we're on the audio. Okay, all right, perfect. All right, so in case like you're here randomly, today we're doing a special stream with voice actor Greg Chun, who is personally to me, this may surprise you, Greg. You are the voice of Barbie's dad.
You have kids?
Yes, and
oh my god!
Thank you for letting me be able to tell my oldest daughter today that I am doing a stream with Barbie's dad, and she looked at me like I cast a spell and said, "What?" so
That's amazing. I love it.
So thank you so much for that. Okay, so we're gonna get into it. Greg told me that you're gonna be around for about 2 hours today, right, Greg? That's what you said.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we're doing a read through. We're gonna trade some roles, but before we get into that, someone has presented a catch up video. If you would like to watch it. Mouse has materials, let's put it that way. Greg has already seen it, so we're just going to get everyone back up to speed. So we will be back in about 3 minutes if I just mute the microphone, and it should be fine.
Previously on Umineko. Members of the wealthy Ushiromiya family traveled to Rikenjima, a remote island off the coast of Japan. It's a tradition that they meet at their father's mansion for the annual family conference. The mansion is occupied by Kinzo, the aging head of the household with a penchant for black magic. He also has a strange obsession with Beata Riche, the legendary witch rumored to rule Rikenjima at night. His son Kraus and his wife Natsuhi also live there with their teenage daughter Jessica. Visiting is his daughter Ava and her husband Hideyoshi and their son George, his son Rudolph, wife Kyrie, and Rudolph's son Battler, and his daughter Rosa and her daughter Maria. When the family arrived at the island, they were greeted by a number of servants: Goda, Genji, Kumasawa, and Shannon and Cannon, two young servants who have befriended the children in the family. Dr. Nanjo is also there. While Kinzo failed to make an appearance, citing the worthlessness of his family, the children retreated to their own devices, and the rest of the adults got down to business, trying to parcel out Kinzo's fortune without his knowledge. Tensions between the siblings rose when the three visiting families accused Kraus of embezzling, but he turned the argument around and revealed that all of the visiting families were in dire financial straits and therefore needed a lot of money right now. The tense conference took an even stranger turn when a mysterious letter was delivered at dinner. It purported to be from the Golden Witch, Beatrice, who supposedly lent Kinzo the gold that he used to build his fortune. In his obsession with the witch, Kinzo insisted that a large portrait of her be hung in the hall, with a mysterious epitaph installed underneath it. The letter challenged the family to solve the epitaph to find the gold, otherwise she'd return to collect it, with interest. When night fell, it found the residents of the island tense and uneasy, not least because a typhoon was predicted to hit and cut them off completely from the outside world. When they awoke in the morning, it was to find 6 of their number missing. Eventually they were all found in the garden shed, apparently murdered. A strange demonic circle painted on the door marked the resting place of Kraus, Rudolph, Rosa, Kyrie, Shannon, and Goda, whose faces were mauled and left almost unrecognizable. After the discovery, Maria started to act strange, revealing an obsession with magic circles and witches. Deeply disturbed, the remaining members of the family, aside from Kinzo still absent, grouped together in the parlor to grieve and speculate about the ongoings, and bicker. Eventually, Ava and Hideyoshi left to get some rest. Will Battler be able to spin the chessboard around and solve the murders before it's too late? Could the mysterious epitaph be connected to the murders somehow? Will Maria stop being like that? Find out on this week's episode of Umineko no Naku Koro ni, When the Gulls Cry, guest starring Greg Chun. Welcome to Rikkenjima, Greg. Enjoy your stay.
What are these, boobs? Okay, and we're back.
Alrighty.
Okay. Thank you again for making that mouse. Okay, so we're all caught up. Okay, so we're just gonna get right into it, and we're gonna start. All right. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea that simply thinking about the culprit's identity would be the same as deciding whom to suspect. It had begun to feel like discussion of the case was itself taboo. Not a bad line. So no one mentioned the case, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood. Everything was left unsettled. Oh, it's very loud with the voice acting. 1 second.
Oh gosh, you know what? I no longer hear it, but I think that's okay. That's fine. I just need the lines and hearing how you read the stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take George.
Cool.
Actually, you know what? You go with George. You go with George.
Okay. It feels like the rain's gotten a little lighter.
Because I get Maria. Ooh, still pouring down. Ooh. And there's Battler. There he is. Okay. Okay.
Even if it did stop, there's no boat on this island. But it'd be nice if the boat came quickly tomorrow. I've had enough of this Western mansion vacation.
Amazing. Mom, when will the boat come tomorrow? Normally, the boat to take them back would arrive at 3 today. They probably sent us a phone call to say that they would come after the typhoon passed, but unfortunately the phones aren't working. But they aren't children over there. They were told to both drop off and collect our guests, so they will most likely arrive first thing tomorrow morning. Probably about 9, I believe. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. Oh, this might be Battler reading this, by the way, Greg, so you might want to take this, the narration here.
Cool.
Oh, we're in a different scene now. Okay. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, who was trying to enliven everyone's low spirits with some food. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly praised. Cannon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Cannon also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward, even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't clearly arrange the food, Cannon's expression darkened slightly, but Kumasawa smiled as though everything was fine. Who do you want to take here, Greg? Do you want to take Cannon or do you want to take Kumasawa?
I'll take Kumasawa.
Okay.
Oh, it's arranged beautifully. Cannon-kun, aren't you skilled?
Oh, no. If it had been Shannon Nissan, it would look even more beautiful. Cannon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Shannon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Cannon was doing it instead, and as he remembered Shannon's face in her brutal end, he grimaced. Oh, we're back. Oh, Genji and Nanjo. Okay, I'll take Genji here. Forget that for now. Genji spoke kindly to Cannon as he advanced a pawn. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had grown sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request. Oh, we're back to Cannon. Yes. I will forget it for now. Indeed. That is probably for the best. Genji purposefully refrained from facing Cannon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Cannon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words. There you go, Greg.
I wonder where Kinzo-san has gone. I hope that he is safe, but...
I do not know. However, I believe everything is proceeded as the master has hoped and arranged for. To distrust that would exceed my role as furniture in service to the master.
Aren't you scared, Genji-san? I am frightened that something bad will occur again tonight.
I have nothing to be afraid of. I serve the Ushiromiya family, and that is all. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly be thinking that he'd be left out for this? He couldn't even imagine what was happening inside this mansion, but he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that Kinzo had devised something. If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had been defeated. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed he alone was on the outside of the chessboard and therefore safe? Nanjo thought about it. Isn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard, lined up equally without any exceptions? Was it... you want to read this one, Greg?
Oh, sure. Wasn't even Genji who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone. No, who was confident of his position as Kinzo's only close friend. Just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard. Genji-san, I am truly frightened about tonight. I hope with all my heart that we will still be safe when tomorrow morning comes.
How much this is being elevated right now. Like, wow. Wow. The guest room Eva and Hideyoshi moved into had originally been built to house guests before the guest house construction. So until a few years ago, they had stayed in these rooms every family conference and were very familiar with them. This room was just like a room at a hotel with a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor. What do you think about this guy? Do you want to take him?
Tell me a little bit about him. Who is he?
He's a maybe nice person, but he's a businessman that is trying to hide how much he cares about money.
Oh, I see. Okay, sure. Guess it's true. You can relax more when you're alone with your family.
That's perfect.
Maybe it'd be better if everyone else also shut themselves in guest rooms and locked the doors.
Netsui Nissan said that no one could leave the parlor throwing her weight around. I'm sure no one will be able to talk back. She's always been treated so coldly, so now that Nissan's dead, she's getting excited about finally having so much power. Seriously, how shameless can she be?
Come on now, don't say that. Natsui-san's doing pretty well.
No need to jump on her like that. And about the receipt earlier, you went too far.
Come on. If I hadn't said it there wouldn't be another good time to say it. So this is interesting. Sorry, sometimes I speculate on stream, Greg. I hope that's okay.
Yeah,
so
totally.
This is interesting to me because my understanding of the scene right now is this is the first time we've seen these two speak in private, and I never thought that Hideyoshi would ever go against anything that she would say. So this is quite telling, the scene right now. Eva, sulking cutely and looking at the television, sat alongside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed. Still, we haven't been alone like this for quite some time.
Is this the guy we were just doing?
Yes.
Okay. You're right. Come to think of it, both you and I have gotten pretty old. Since George was born, everything's gone by in the blink of an eye.
It really has. I wonder if we were too hasty in having a child, Greg. Eva's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought of it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Kraus had been unable to father a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Netsui without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. Eva herself had thought that, since her name would be moved outside the Ushiromiya register when she got married anyway, it didn't matter whether a successor to the headship was born or not. And then, one day, she had a heavenly revelation, or maybe it was the whisperings of the devil that she had listened to in on her greed. If she could give birth to a successor first, wouldn't she be able to remain in the Ushiromiya register? If things went well, might she have a chance to inherit the Ushiromiya family herself? When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he had approved of it instantly. This wasn't because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the forgotten thing called family. So when they got married, he hadn't fussed over which last name they were to keep, and had quickly agreed to have his name entered into the Ushiromiya family register. It hadn't been easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Eva knew Kinzo's personality well. So by choosing the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Netsui, she was magnificently able to make him accept Hideyoshi as an adopted son-in-law. Chat real quick, the music's kind of like swelling right now. Is it too loud? Yeah, chat's saying it's a bit too loud. Let me turn it down. Thought it might be. Our audio is a little different today, so there we go. Okay, looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and approved his transfer into the Ushiromiya register.
Score.
And now it's too quiet. Yes, score. Turn up 1.
Music is gone now, like all caps.
They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. He had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why he had not been permitted to fall in love with a servant like Shannon. So when she'd learned that Shannon was dead and the engagement was now invalid, though part of her had still been shocked by the gruesome crime, part of her had also been relieved that her dear George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. Wow. I have hated Kraus-Nissan since long ago. He was so full of himself, always swaggering around, so proud that he would one day become the head. So I wanted to get back at him. Was that just a childish emotion? But in the end, that emotion guided my entire life. If that had been all, then it would have been fine. But because of that emotion, I got you and George involved. I used you.
Eva, don't blame yourself for that.
Hideyoshi got up and held Eva's shoulder. She could feel a warm understanding from him.
Well, I reached the halfway point in my life long ago. But you know, I have absolutely no regrets about how I've lived my life. Not one. I think that since I've been with you, Eva, I've been able to relish an enjoyable life that other men never will. After I lost my relatives in the war, you reminded me what the warmth of family is. So I'm grateful to the Ushiromiya family, and think of it as my only one. In this life I've led with you, not a single thing's been wasted. It's really been a fun life up till today.
Thank you, darling. Eva hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably no one in the parlor could even imagine that this side of Eva existed.
I'm the one who should be thanking you. Until today, there hasn't been a single day I've regretted being with you.
Me too. I'm so glad to have you by my side.
Eve. George is already a fine adult. Even if I don't look over him, he's a man who could do his job well on his own. I wonder, around New Year's, do you want to go and spend some time in the Maldives? Just us. No one else.
No way! Aren't you always saying that you're so busy responding to New Year's cards that you don't even sleep?
None of that this New Year's. I won't read New Year's cards. I'll just stay quiet and check to see if I've won the New Year's lottery. It'd sure be nice if we won a color TV this year.
No way. I don't want to waste time checking the lottery while we're in the Maldives.
Then none of that either. How does it sound? Just the two of us, taking it easy like when we were newlyweds just before George was born.
Oh, Hideyoshi. Yes, in that case, fine.
I hear the Maldives are wonderful. An island with nothing on it, surrounded by beautiful coral reefs and cottages lined up over the water.
Like when we were newlyweds, you say. Starting when?
As soon as I finished up some business. I won't know till I ask the travel agency, but probably before New Year's Eve.
No way. Right now. I want to go to the Maldives right now. Sorry, that's the thing for Persona that we're just sorry. Even nagged at his lips in a peevish yet flirtatious manner. The only sounds that filled the
Well, now, oh, goodness me. Oh,
The only sounds that filled the room were that and the distant voice of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. Amazing. Amazing.
Oh, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's pounding.
Oh, nice timing. There was pounding in this in the sound there. There was a knock on the door and Genji-san entered. Madam, okay, I think let's see who's in there first. Madam, dinner has been prepared. Will you eat in here again? Yes. Do you want to take Genji here, Greg? Oh, maybe
sure.
Maybe it's just a bridging one. Let's see. Yes. Have it brought here. Is Dr. Nanjo still in the kitchen?
Yes. He has said he wishes to carefully deliberate over his next move. Do not worry. He is with the other servants.
Genji-san's good enough at chess to be grandfather's opponent. I hear he's even better than Dr. Nanjo, right?
That's right. Long ago he played against me, but he must have let me win. Maria! Sounds like it'll be time to eat soon. But I look at you, you've been watching TV all day long and you still haven't gotten bored.
Ew. I'm always watching TV, so I'm fine. Ew.
Maria-chan sure is a TV kid.
Food's coming, so we have to clean up the table. Earlier, we had torn several pages out of Maria's notebook, and there was now a mess where everyone had been drawing together. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here really can draw. I'd never guessed. Genji, ask Iwa-san and Hideyoshi-san whether they'd at least like to have dinner with us, although they will probably turn us down.
Certainly.
First father, and now Iwa-san. It's quite hard to gather everyone to the Ushiromiya dinner table. Natsui felt her headache start throbbing again and lightly held her temples. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that great, so Kenji had gone and come back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. Natsui had warned him to avoid being alone whenever possible, and just now, Nanjo had also admonished him, saying it would be better if he held a little more concern for his safety. Kennen accompanied Genji, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Genji knocked on the door.
Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, dinner has been prepared.
He waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response. Genji-sama, look at this. Kennen pointed under the door. A Western envelope had been inserted under it. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it'd be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So, since this might be a private note meant for Eva and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kennen and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western envelope was one of Kinzo's, the same kind as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with.
There can be no mistake. It is one of the master's envelopes.
Or could it be? Even though this was one of Kinzo's envelopes, the letter Maria read aloud the previous night hadn't come from Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice. Large voice.
Eva-sama! Eva-sama! It is Genji. Are you there?
It is Genji, said Genji.
Please answer! Eva-sama!
But there was no response from inside. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. In times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that it was time to come out and leave the guests be. But despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Eva's name. However, there was no answer. Kennen stuck his ear up to the door, held his breath, and listened for any sounds come from inside.
Oh, Eva! Oh, Eva! Yes! Oh, Daddy's home!
Oh,
Daddy's home! Yes! Oh!
I hear something that sounds like the television, and they're watching a pay-per-view show, but I don't sense anyone. The room might be empty. Genji took out a handkerchief and, careful not to touch it with his bare hands, gently pulled out the envelope that had been stuck under the door. It was sealed with deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushiromiya family head's ring.
Eva-sama! Eva-sama! Please answer. Are you still in your room?
But there was still no answer. There was a chance that those two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. No, I think there's a chance to do something else instead. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out the bundle of keys which contained the key that would open the guest room. Genji-sama? Kennen also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock the door so they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guests were out. To unlock the door for any other reason, and especially to do so when there was a chance the guests hadn't given permission and might still be in there, was an action unbecoming of a servant. But Genji had decided. If the only problem had been that this knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly one of Kinzo's, or rather, one of the Western envelopes of the Ushiromiya family head. After last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone else...
Eva-sama! My apologies. Allow me to enter your room.
After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was a sound of the door unlocking, and it just... Freaking door. And after slowly turning the knob, he slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room, or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank. It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside, so it also proved that they were in the room. The sound of voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear. They were in the room.
All. If you buy 2, today we will sell them to you for not 1, not 2, but 3. And you will receive 3 of them in the mail by tomorrow.
But there was no sign of them. Genji called to Eva once again to the crack of the door, but there was no answer. Genji-sama, what should we do? As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion, but they had no way to open a door with a chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. That certainly was not permitted as a part of servants' usual work. A creepy chill had already rushed up their backs. Cannon held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone.
I will call Madam in return. Cannon, cut the chain.
Yes. As Cannon hurried away to get a cutting tool, Genji called him to a stop.
Wait, Cannon. Return to the kitchen and take Kumasawa with you. You must not act alone.
Yes, certainly. It looked like Cannon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation, but Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself, but in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Cannon. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was piling food on the serving cart, and Nanjo was waiting for Genji, apparently wanting to show him a move he'd finally thought up that might turn the tables on him. But Genji's appearance immediately told him that something was wrong.
Oh, what has happened, Genji-san? Dr. Nanjo, my apologies, but please allow this match to be suspended for the time being. Dr. Nanjo, my apologies. Cannon, take care of the chain.
Genji, you alright? You seem stunned.
Kumasawa, stop setting up dinner for now and accompany Cannon. I will go over to Madam. If you would come with me, Dr. Nanjo. Something happened?
Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen. Kumasawa-san, my apologies, but please come with me.
What has happened, Cannon-san?
Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, unable to take in the situation, and chased after Cannon, who had flown out into the hallway.
What?
Taking Kumasawa with him, Cannon went to a storage room and looked through the tools packed in toolboxes and hanging all over the walls, trying to find something that could be used to cut the chain.
What are you looking for? Let me help you.
We're cutting a door chain. Where was that large wire cutter?
Ooh, a door chain. Well, why would you do something like that?
The chain to Iba-sama and Hideyoshi-sama's room. Even though they should be inside, they didn't answer when we called them. It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation. That one will probably do the trick. Cannon took down a very large wire cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it'd be easier to understand if we said it was shaped like a large pair of pliers. Cannon remembered once being warned that this dangerous tool could easily cut through one of your fingers. Cannon took that and rushed up the stairs. He already knew instinctively he should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly, or perhaps it was already too late.
Please wait, Cannon-san.
Hurry. Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath with both hands on her knees. When Cannon changed his grip on the wire cutters and looked up at the door, he let out an ah, struck speechless. Oh, another one. Okay.
What is this?
Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there, on the door, just like the magic circle had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with a blood-like paint. However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle, because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it. but a slightly more complicated geometrical shape. Yeah, that's one way to say it. Yep. However, those strange characters filling in the gaps, which weren't from the alphabet, were the same kind as the ones on that magic circle on the shutter. But the thing that had Cannon struck speechless wasn't how eerie the magic circle was. It was that something like this hadn't been here a short while ago. First, he had taken a trip back to the kitchen. After that, he'd gone to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. Yeah, I know, we were there. Put those together, and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? And as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding. Several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave way, and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Cannon surely would have wanted to. Beatrice... Okay, is it Beatrice? I've learned different pronunciations at this point, okay? Beatrice... I want to say Beatrice. Beatrice-sama.
It's the work of Beatrice-sama. How horrid! How horrid!
Thank you, Gollum. Cannon gulped, then readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all of his strength, managing to cut through the chain far more easily than he'd anticipated. The cut chain fell into 2 separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth.
Cannon-san, there's an envelope by your feet. And it isn't that the master's.
It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the western envelope at the bottom of the door, and that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head's ring. Cannon hesitated for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room. Oh, don't bring up a ring in front of Gollum. But he eventually decided on fulfilling his original purpose. Cannon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his worst fears were realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to more clearly hear the sound of the television, which had been seeping out faintly this whole time. Eva-sama? Eva was lying face up on the bed with her shoes still on. Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Cannon and who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short eek again when she saw Eva like that. Eva's shoes had been the first part of her that Cannon had seen, so the oddness of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. But when Eva's head shifted into his line of sight, Cannon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Eva's forehead, something had been placed. Something was growing there? What? No? Right in the center of her forehead. Was it an old-fashioned knife? That or some weapon like it was sticking out? At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more, and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Eva was dead, with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead. Is Hideyoshi dead too? Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. But the only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all eternity. Even though her forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck into Eva's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright, and on the handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see on an ordinary weapon. That thing could be summed up with the word occult. Ooh, it was a vulgar object with a design that might have been of some demon. What about Hideyoshi-sama? Hideyoshi-sama! Eva was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. The bathroom was of the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms. When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. The waterproof curtain was half open, and lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked with both eyes open, and pointing right at Cannon. I think you were right, Greg. And just like Eva, a weapon with a demon-like design was stuck into his forehead. Since his head had been under the shower's hot water this whole time, his face wasn't half covered and filthy with blood like Eva's had been. But the sight of him dead was still taking a shower, while still taking a shower, was tragic enough. Just then, they heard Natsui's voice coming from the hall. She was probably coming with Genji. Again with this graffiti. What about this letter? What does it say inside?
I don't know. I haven't read it yet.
We shouldn't touch it carelessly. The culprit's fingerprints might be left on it. We should hand it over to the police.
They went out of their way to leave it here. I'm sure they wouldn't have left fingerprints. As Natsui said that, she picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself, where she found Eva dead. Eva-san! Madam, Hideyoshi-sama is here too.
This is truly atrocious.
Live Nandra reaction. Cannon, turn off the shower. Don't let this be any more pitiful than it needs to be. Yes, ma'am. Cannon gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small jar of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked while taking a shower. There was still a small splash of blood clinging to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast.
Dr. Nanjo.
I understand. No signs of post-mortem lividity. Rigor mortis hasn't begun either. It would seem that an hour or so has passed since they were killed. But even so, how a weapon with such a short handle could do that to the skull? I cannot imagine.
Nando checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. As Cannon watched this business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance that they're dead without doing all that? Nandra thought about removing the weapon, but then decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to the police, so he left it alone. But a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more conical than blade-shaped. What? He noticed that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. It was Ken. Rather than a short spear, you might call it a thick ice pick. At any rate, after looking at the scene, no further words were needed to describe what sort of terrible purpose was eerily designed weapons were originally made for. Not sure if I read that one right, nor it wasn't necessary to explain how they carried out their function. Natsui, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the room as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she'd had that morning at the guarding storehouse. For a while, Natsui couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach. At any rate, we can't let George Chun see this room. Seal this room with all haste.
Yes, we mustn't let them see. If George-san saw his parents in this brutal state...
But they could tell that those fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to George, even before he came dashing into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. However, when they saw Genji speak to Natsui, when they saw her turn pale and fly out of the parlor, they'd felt a sense of foreboding. And when they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it.
Father! Mother!
Ah! What is this? Another magic circle? Ew! Oh, she didn't say it. Okay.
Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi are safe, right?
Hey, Cannon-kun! What's this all about?
Battler-sama. Kennen didn't have to say anything. George's scream after he ran into the room told them everything they needed to know. Oh, George is upset. George Chun, hang in there. Natsui touched George's shoulder with her hand, and he violently shook her off. George fell over beside Eva and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again. Georgie-san, hang in there. Huh? Battler? Battler-sama. Battler had his back against the wall of the hallway and was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint.
Horrible. That's horrible. You proposed the girlie left. Even his mom is having killed. Isn't that too hard?
Of course, it's sad whenever anyone dies, no matter who it is. But to Battler, those left alone by the deaths of others were far more worthy of pity. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one to be pitied. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's. Battler.
I know. I would die sooner or later. If you're human, you'll eventually reach a time when you gotta find the sound of losing someone close. But still, shouldn't that day be far in the future for Aniki? Shouldn't those deaths visit him one at a time? Horrible. It's too horrible. Bastard. That bastard! Doesn't he? Even a speck of human sympathy in him?
Ew. Battler, don't cry, don't cry. Maria tried to comfort Battler in a mechanical sounding voice. Battler violently wiped his tears.
Yeah. Damn it. Okay. That sadness, I won't shed it again. It's all useless.
Useless?
The witch has got me backed into a corner. I'm always on the defensive. And that's useless. It's all useless! I'll spin the chessboard around. That bastard probably thinks we'll be running scared like sheep until tomorrow before we try anything. Guess what? I'll spin it around. That bastard can't escape this island until tomorrow either. We won't be hiding away pissing ourselves. That bastard will! I'll expose him. You'll see. Like tomorrow. Screw tomorrow. Tonight! Or tonight's dinner, I'll be gripping you by the collar.
Very good, very good.
Oh, sorry, I came down because I didn't want to blow you out. I won't come down as much.
Is the music still okay, everyone?
Now I'm good. Oh, yeah.
At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave everything as it is until the police come. No objections, I take it? Natsui announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he'd shed enough tears. George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others, and when he stood up, everyone else agreed too. Natsui still hadn't opened that western envelope with the family head that she picked up, but now that they decided to leave this room, she decided to unseal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked out into the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe sensed something strange. Ew. Stinks? Did you notice it too, Maria? Seriously, what's that smell? It's awful. When everyone sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway, one that none of them had smelled until then. I think this is the smell of Kinzo's room, right? He has some weird smoke in his room.
I will go quickly to check the kitchen. I'm sure I turned the flame off.
After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been using the burner in the kitchen, suspected that her own slip-up had caused it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away.
Cannon, go with Kumasawa. Do not let her be alone.
Yes. After nodding Genji's order, Cannon followed after her. He wasn't running, but as he followed her, he tried to search for the cause of the smell in other directions as well. Ew. Stinks. Ew. It truly is a stench that makes the nose wrinkle. However, that doesn't mean we can just open a window for ventilation. Natsui was reluctant to open the windows in a situation where self-defense was so important.
Let us run the fan. I do not believe there will be any need to open the windows. George, Aniki, is it okay if I talk to you?
If it's about finding the culprit, then I have no problems.
It seemed that George had managed to climb out of the abyss of sorrow. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the culprit who had stolen the lives of the one he loved and his beloved parents.
The chain for this room was set. From what I could tell by looking at it, I'm positive that it couldn't be opened from the outside. In other words, this was a perfect closed room.
That does seem to be the case. In the case of the Rose Garden storehouse, they might have sneaked the shutter's key out of the servant room. Or maybe they had a duplicate key. I can imagine many ways they could have done it. Or maybe they had a duplicate key. I can imagine, but this chain is different. Among generally used locking techniques, a chain is the simplest one to create a closed room with.
Only a chain will block everyone coming from the outside as long as it isn't physically broken. So does this mean the culprit couldn't have gone in or out through the door? I'm trying to frantically trying to think of a character that I could do Kermit back to you, so we could both be Kermit the Frog talking to each other.
That's interesting. Just a few hours ago, I seem to remember everyone making a fuss over how to enter a room without using the door.
Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how grandfather had disappeared from his room. The receipt Aunt Eva is stuck in the door on a whim proved that the door had remained sealed. And since Aunt Natsui was the only person to enter or exit during that time, she was under suspicion. Aunt Eva proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsui might have thrown grandfather out the window and left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been locked from the inside and the bodies had been inside the room. This time it really had been, without exaggeration, a true closed room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 cases have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been the point of interest. The first was the shutter. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a closed room. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Aunt Natsui entered that room, so if grandfather had left through the window or been thrown out, she would have been able to lock the window before escaping. Or, like my theory, grandfather could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either. And now we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked. It was a perfect closed room. The first hadn't been a closed room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a closed room because Aunt Natsui could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. This was a perfect closed room because the door chain formed a seal that blocked everyone equally well.
In that case, did the culprit carry out the crime without entering the room? With some method from outside the room?
Good point. Even though the chain makes it impossible to open it wide enough for a person to fit through, you can open it a small crack. Did the culprit knock on the door to make them peer out before attacking them? Wait, am I missing something?
Yeah, you are. If Aunt Eva's body had been lying right next to the door, then it might have been possible. But she was on the bed at the back of the room. And Uncle Hideyoshi was even in the bathroom. Looking from the crack in the door, you couldn't even see them, and you couldn't reach them with your hands either. Damn it! It's all useless. I don't have a clue!
Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria. Oh no, are we gonna see it again? Okay, we're good. Alright, the jump scare face. Ew! Satisfied?
What do you mean, satisfied?
Battler, since you didn't want to suspect any of your relatives, you made a wish saying you wanted the culprit to be Biarichi, right? Well, Biarichi granted that wish. Just as you asked, she did something that was completely impossible for a human to make you believe in the witch. And now you're complaining? How selfish. Ouch. I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist.
Sure, thanks for granting that wish. That just was to thank you, and also to teach you to stop laughing when it's inappropriate. More importantly, tell me. There was another mysterious scribble on the door to Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Was that another magic circle?
That one had a really memorable and characteristic design, so I'd hoped you'd at least know what it was. Ouch!
I don't know, which is why I'm letting you take the credit. Quit whining and explain.
You sure are violent, Battler. I won't tell you if you're too mean. Get it? Ouch! Ooh, I'll say it. Stop hitting me. That's the first magic circle of the moon.
What does it mean? What is this magic circle's effect? What does the Hebrew writing mean?
The words are from the Old Testament, Psalms 107, verse 16. For he has broken gates of brass and cuts through bars of iron. This magic circle has two effects. First, it can open a door regardless of which method has been used to lock it. Oh, sorry, this is yours?
That sure is convenient. So you're saying they're trying to make it look like they're a witch? Because this closed room has a door that can't be opened without relying on magic? And the other effect?
When you're blocked by unopenable doors in all directions, it opens a door. By using it in a difficult situation, it gives you a solution you hadn't even thought of until then. Generally speaking, you receive the powers of observation and discernment, inspiration, and intuition. Beatrice is trying to provoke you, since there's no way lonely humans like Battler could figure out how this door was opened. Ouch!
Okay, good work, so shut up.
Hi, Date, okay.
Sounds great. I'll accept this challenge from the witch.
Maria-chan, things like witches and demons don't exist in this world. Someone killed father and mother. I don't know whether that was someone I know or not. But either way, it was definitely a human.
Yeah, but how? How did they reach those two through that crack in the door? It couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters wide. At any rate, I can hardly stand this stench. What in the world could it be? Kennen and Kurosawa, who had gone on ahead, realized the smell wasn't coming from the kitchen even before they arrived there. That was because they noticed an even thicker wave of stench rising up from the stairs leading to the basement, which they passed on their way to the kitchen. The boiler room.
I wonder if there's something wrong with the boiler again.
Those stairs
it sounds like chat's requesting that you do Goofy for someone.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it.
No, never mind that. Yeah, okay.
Those stairs to the underground. I have a terrible Goofy. Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. Slam.
What was that sound?
The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at that sound that her knees gave way yet again and she cowered. After all, at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Eva and Hideyoshi's room. So who caused the sound of a door closing just now?
Kennen-san!
After taking a second to sort out the situation, Kennen ran down towards the basement. Since they'd heard the sound of a door closing just now, and there was no sign of anyone coming up the stairs, the person who closed the door had to be inside the boiler room now. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Kennen wouldn't have rushed in so hastily, but Kennen was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances to the boiler room, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Kennen did, but she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the culprit, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then no matter how Cannon confronted them, he wouldn't be a match. Of course, with this argument, even if Kumasawa joined him, it wouldn't change anything. At any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Cannon go alone, and she rushed down the stairs. Oh, new background. Okay. At that time, Cannon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place. And on top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench which made Cannon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the source. In that case, Cannon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Cannon kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed the hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he'd wanted a hatchet. He had wanted to grab a weapon, any weapon. Okay, why? Cannon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then he answered. Gorsh, in roulette, you bet on a number or the colors red or black. It's fucking drifting already. Vying for a payoff. However, low risk bets like black and red only offer a similarly low payoff. Watch me if you do it in front of Greg Chun. No, the words coming from Cannon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. That darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering.
Epic.
What's going on there? Oh, it's the butterflies. Usually this is when the witch shows up, or some people see the witch. Oh, there's a lot of them. It was such a fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and gathered in the darkness, disappearing. Cannon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they they would certainly laugh. But Cannon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest. However, if you bet on something with a lower probability, your payoff increases proportional to the risk. The master called succeeding despite an astronomical risk a miracle, and called the astronomical payoff gained as a result magic. I have no interest in what kind of magic you and the master were seeking when you spun that roulette, but you forgot something. You forgot that in roulette there's a pocket that's neither black nor red. Roulette has a special pocket called zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. This means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone has forfeit. I set my heart on just one thing. I decided that if Shannon were to be killed and I was left alive, I'd sacrifice this life of mine and bring this roulette of yours to ruin. This isn't one of the master's rules, and it certainly isn't one of yours. I made this rule myself. I'm not furniture anymore. Oh wow, I'm the zero on your roulette. Cannon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that his defiance against his own weakness was being ridiculed somehow. Cannon's brow creased even further, and a fierce expression that he'd never shown to anyone appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid downward. It was clear that the emotion causing Cannon's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Cannon suppressed that emotion. I won't let your words lead me astray again. This is where the demon's roulette ends. Wait another 1,000 years in hell for your next summoner. Pitorichi! When Cannon raised the hatchet and tried to dive into the darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at that courage as if it were vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Oh, there's a lot of sounds going on right now, Greg. I know you can't hear it.
It's okay. It looks fascinating.
Cannon, his hatchet still held aloft, couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that he'd been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that, with a pair of thuds, Cannon's knees hit left then right. That hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered, landing on his chest. Then, the other hand did the same. Right there, a handle with a demon-shaped design was buried into his chest. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Cannon's chest. Cannon was curled up in anguish, fresh blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. It was makeup too extreme for Cannon's white skin. They're killing the cast off left and right. Around the scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance, a funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Cannon had already been prepared for his own death, but although he could do nothing but accept the death he had received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest with both hands, and gritting his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Cannon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead. Bloop.
Cannon-san! Someone!
Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Cannon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Ah, what a horrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. Ah, what incredible luck. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all of the muscles of her face were pulled up almost as though she was smiling while crying. But no one could have made an expression like this. What is it, Kumasawa?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Answer me, Kumasawa. The first one to dash in was Netsui, holding the rifle. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room, but after they saw Cannon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Yep, that tracks, Cannon. Answer me. Genji, bring Dr. Nanjo here. Netsui realized that even though Cannon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get that doctor. Netsui, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted, "Who is hiding over there? Come out quietly. If you don't come out from there, I'll shoot without mercy."
We need light! And Natsui, let's light him up!
Battler, thinking too quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsui was glaring into, but the light only shone on mechanical-looking piping and a door. The door had been left open a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry.
And Natsui, where does that door go?
Genji, where does that door lead to?
The courtyard! Like hell I let you get away, you damn bastard!
Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them, shouting, "Wait, Battler-kun, it's dangerous to be on your own right now." Natsui was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Battler. They were in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. As he ran through the cold and scattered raindrops, dashing up the stairs into the courtyard, Battler looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Battler spun, looking around. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost a sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw as he spun was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were two entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He didn't know which one they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing,
Fuck! Shit! God damn it! Fuck!
"Battler-kun, language! You mustn't run ahead by yourself." "Battler-kun?" Battler pressed his forehead against the wall, which he scratched at with his fingernails as he cried.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to go! And now kill it, kill the full 6 people. And I wasn't allowed to kill 3 more. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
and Uncle Hideyoshi were always kind and fun. I just met Cannon yesterday, but I'm sure I'd have gotten along fine with him. Why did you kill them? Why? You know, when people die, they don't come back to life again, right?
That's true. That's true.
They aren't gonna quickly sprout up again like bamboo shoots. Why'd you kill him? Why? Why? Ah!
Battler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart, so he cried with all his strength. Natsui, who had always thought of Battler as a frank person, was a little surprised to find he had this delicate side, and at the same time she understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him. It's all right. I will definitely protect you, George-kun, Maria-chan, and Jessica. As a mother, and as the representative of the Ushiromiya family. Battler, after sobbing into Natsui's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile, as though he had been like that the whole time, and tried to appear as though he'd cried more than enough already. Anyway, let's go back down for now. Protecting ourselves is a higher priority than finding the culprit. Tomorrow, the boat will arrive. No, in this story, more people are now dead since we've been in here. After that happens, the police will come and everything should be brought to light. There's no way the culprit can escape this island, no matter how much they struggle.
That's right. When the police come.
When the seagulls cry, the crime will be solved. But for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Natsui and told everyone weekly that we hadn't found anything. We heard that Dr. Nanjo and Georgia Nikki had carried Cannon-kun to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Cannon-kun's blood remained on the floor, judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly to the ground. I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we left the weapons stuck into Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene. So this was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. As we'd expected, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick, or rather, a thin stake. And it had a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill. It looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Including the handle, it was 25 centimeters long. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Cannon-kun's chest. But Aunt Natsui and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator where the horrible stench was emanating from. They must have dragged out that thing which had been burning in the furnace. It was still smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Okay, so it wasn't Kinzo's room. What is it then? Genji-san and Maria stared down at it. Aunt Natsui probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head, her back to it. I thought nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened. But this is... Gah. I stood there for a while, moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. What? The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was Grandfather, who had disappeared that morning, and whose whereabouts had been unknown. Really?
I believe it is most likely the master.
I agree. That he would pass away in such a state. It's heart-rending.
But
Is there any proof that this corpse really is grandfather? It's burned so black, you can't even tell what sex it is.
Sexy Battler. Battler-kun, look at the feet. Aunt Natsui, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet. Hmm?
Notice how there are 6 toes on each foot.
Huh? You're right.
Just as Genji-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each individual toe had looked so normal in its line that I hadn't noticed.
The master was born with 6 toes on both of his feet. Consequently, the master was entrusted with the revival of the Ushiromiya family.
I have heard that since long ago, cases of, I'm not going to be able to say this word, polydactyly were common in the Ushiromiya family. That's a new one for me. It's probably hereditary. Polydactyl, oh god, okay, it literally means many fingers because of a little mistake by God when the person is born. One of their toes or fingers splits into 2 and the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of You know what? Why don't you read this line, Greg? Here you go.
But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, just something people are born with. So while they are still babies, at about the time they turn 1 year old, they can be taken to the hospital and given surgery to make them normal. Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there's a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies. So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on one hand. According to Aunt Natsui, among the many Ushiroma family heads, the ones most praised for their wisdom all had polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died, in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family because of the auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather hadn't disliked his position at the head so much, the 6th toe probably would have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I've heard about some country where it's believed people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. This is beside the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. And grandfather's body was not simply burnt.
You are amazing at this. Wow. Oh, bravo. Oh, man. The elevation of this. Like, oh, wow.
It was just like Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, and the thing that had been stabbed into Kanon-kun's chest. One of those demon's ice picks was stuck into his forehead.
The head ring is not on his finger.
So the letter last night was telling the truth. Father would probably be horribly disappointed. Natsui let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become a
vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. It was decided that we would leave grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear when grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator. Since, according to Genji, the strength of the flames hadn't been that strong, the body must have started burning a long time ago. So that stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in the closed room created by his autolock. There's probably no doubting this.
However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. The possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high. And there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely. Does this crime confirm that a 19th person exists? There's still that contradiction, since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. Along with Kyrie-san's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By spinning the chessboard around once more, the very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less plausible. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. If the culprit could get grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of a door sealed by a chain, then could they possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? If we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, then the list of suspects has grown very short. The four of us kids, Aunt Natsui, Genji-san, Kumasawa Ba-chan, and Dr. Nanjo. One of those people has to be the culprit. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but that old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face, as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Did the culprit prepare a fake body beforehand and alter it to make it look like they died, even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime? It may sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. No, this witch.
It's so good. It's so good. You can't hear the music. The music just added to that so much too at the same time. Oh, that was so good.
That's awesome.
Maria-chan, you mustn't stare so fixedly anymore. Come on, Battler-kun too. I'm worried about Cannon's condition, and we mustn't remain in a place like this any longer than necessary. Let us return. Ew. Maria didn't go out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring so fixedly at probably wasn't grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick sticking out of his forehead. It was probably the sort of item that an enthusiast couldn't bear to ignore. I tapped her on the head.
Hey, Maria. What's Beatrice after? Is it all of our lives?
Uh-oh. Hee. Beatrice will revive very soon, and that time none shall be left alive. Hee.
How can you laugh at something like that? Do you think you're the only one who's safe? Why don't you feel like you're in danger? Aren't you scared?
Beatrice made a promise. She said she's gonna take me to the Golden Land. It's a wonderful place where you have no obligations, everyone's always together, and everyone is always nice to everyone else. I'm looking forward to it. That time will come very soon now. Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who she is, this witch who calls herself Maria. To Maria, who obstinately believes in the witch, This series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. You've been pretty good, Greg, but just to give you like a voice acting tip, if you don't mind, is that okay?
Please, yes.
Okay. When a sentence, like close to the end, if there is together, it's very good if you will just repeat the word and go together like that. It'll elevate your performance. I'm just saying. It's been pretty good though.
I'm gonna start doing that in my gigs and just not explaining it, and we'll see what it does.
Please do. Also, if you ever read the word fragile, you have to say, but not that fragile. It's really important.
See.
It's really important.
Okay,
yeah.
I've got these rules. Yes.
These are the tips. Yeah. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging that witch's existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits?
Maria, let me ask this one more time. You probably answered the same anyway, but I'll ask just once more.
Ooh?
Yesterday you were given a letter in the Rose Garden. Who gave it to you?
Ooh. Like I said, Beatrice. Battler still doesn't believe. Ooh. Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person. Oh, this might be a big one if you want to do this one, Greg.
Maria met with the 19th person, the witch. Was that really a 19th person? Or did one of the 18 just get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Aunt Nasui should still have it with her.
Oh, okay. That's a chapter break, I think. Half an hour forward now. Okay.
In the end, Canon Kun did not regain consciousness. Even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him. Of course, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Canon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Canon away, it was already too late.
My sincere apologies. Without proper facilities, there was nothing I could do about such a serious wound.
No, that's perfectly understandable. Thank you so much for giving it your very best. Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Cannon's life up until the last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Cannon-kun until the moment of his death. George and Nikki tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone.
If only I hadn't let Cannon-san go alone. Oh.
Do not let that bother you. If you had been with him, you would probably have been attacked as well. He foolishly rushed on ahead and paid for his mistake.
How can you say it like that? Cannon-kun spotted the culprit and bravely stood up to them. If only Kumasawa-san had gone with him, the culprit might have hesitated and chosen to run away. Emotion-filled words that I never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head.
Jessica.
You shouldn't talk to her now. It's the same for me, and probably you as well, right, Battler-kun? We don't know what's going on, and it feels like our hearts are going to split open.
There were tears in George and Nikki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I'd done my crying all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was. It's okay, Jessica. You'll be able to meet Cannon again soon. Stop it. I don't need you trying to console me like that. Beatrice will resurrect the dead and even love that has been lost. So you'll definitely be able to meet him soon. Then everyone will be able to live in peace. So the one who killed Cannon-kun is this Beatrice who supposedly gave you that letter yesterday? Where is she? Where's she hiding? I'll find her and tear her apart. Tell me, you know who the culprit really is, don't you? What do you know and what are you hiding? Tell me, damn it! I don't know where it went, but
Milady, please stop!
Ooh, ooh, Beatrice exists, ooh, ooh, ooh. Damn it, let go of me, Genji-san. Maria knows who the culprit is, and she's hiding their identity even though she knows. She must be telling them what we're doing, guiding them to kill us as they kill us. Jessica, be silent! Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsui slapping Jessica's face. Ooh. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful, sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall.
Maria-chan, I know there's no way you're the culprit. You've been with us since the beginning, and there was no time for you to communicate with any culprit. So, I want you to tell me something. This Beatrice who handed you the letter yesterday, who was she?
Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab her. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
Aniki, I already asked her the same thing a second ago. Her answer was the same as before.
I want to hear it from Maria's mouth. Who's Beatrice?
Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe anyway.
What do you mean by that? It could be the culprit someone we know well? And you're keeping silent because you're covering for them for some reason? Who gave you that letter?
I got it from Beatrice. I'll say it no matter how many times you ask. I got the letter from Beatrice. George Oni-chan, do you refuse to believe in Beatrice because she's not an opponent you can hit? You want to turn your feelings of helplessness into violence and beat someone up, so you won't be satisfied unless your opponent is a human you can hit. So even if I tell you the truth, you won't accept it, so it's pointless for me to tell you. You won't believe. But I'll keep on saying it, because it's true. Beatrice exists. The door to the Golden Land will soon be opened. I'll go there. Beatrice promised. In that world, Mama is nice, Papa is with us, and is also nice. I want to go there right away. Oh, that's kind of a sad line. Everyone is afraid of Beatrice, but that's only natural. So calm yourselves. Beatrice said so herself. By the time the typhoon has passed, I'll have ended everything, she said. Ouch!
Maria, I don't mind you being talkative, but let's leave it at that for now. I bet this is all a pretty happy situation for you, since you're always going on about how witches exist. Keep that to yourself for now. Don't try to force that on other people.
Ooh. I know I've been creeped out by this girl for a while now, but there really is something wrong with her. Don't you think so too, Genji-san? Kumasawa-san? What about you, Mom? Maria knows who the culprit is and she's hiding it. Okay, maybe she hasn't done anything directly, but she's definitely working with the criminal. That's right, she's a spy. We can't let her stay with us any longer. Maria-chan, you must realize that there are times when indiscreet discussion is best avoided. If you keep adding oil to the fire, even I will get very angry. Aunt Natsui glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't built up a resistance to Aunt Natsui's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. Live lamp reaction? A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? 6 people in Dad's group. After that, both Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, Ken-kun, grandfather. There were a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly, and 10 of those people have been killed. That's more than half of us, and right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe. At any rate, this is no time to quarrel. Now that we are certain the culprit can enter and leave the mansion at will and strike out of nowhere, we must give our undivided attention to surviving until tomorrow.
I agree strongly with Aunt Natsui. We can figure out who the culprit is at our leisure tonight. For now, though, we're better off finding a place to barricade ourselves in.
As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. We will check the tip soon, chat. Don't worry. There's still a long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and get even the smallest amount of relief.
I agree. Everyone is already pushing their mental and physical limits, myself included. I believe it would be wise to take that into account as we move forward.
That's right. There's a high probability that the enemy's got the equivalent of a master key.
We're Shannon, Ken-kun, and Golda-san holding master keys.
Yes. They were supposed to have them on their person during work.
We didn't want to disturb the scene, so we didn't investigate that closely. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone stole the key from them.
In the first place, we know the culprit may have visited the servant room at some point to unlock the garden shed's shutter. It's conceivable that they obtained a master key from there earlier on. There were many servants serving the Ushiramiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finished working, the keys were passed between servants, and we had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past.
Even if they borrowed a bundle of keys for the pockets of one of the murdered servants, is there any safe place that even those keys couldn't open?
Because of the nature of our job, we have been entrusted with keys to all of the rooms. All of them in the mansion and in the guest house.
So in other words, no matter where we hole up and lock ourselves in, it'd just be pointless. Fine, who cares about locking up? If you're gonna come, bring it on, damn it. I'll beat you at your own game.
The enemy won't approach us from the front. I don't know about the first 6, but if we look at what happened to my parents and Ken-kun, and even grandfather, the enemy has only gone after isolated people. They don't have the power to assault all of us openly in a secure room.
That's right. It's just like Aniki says. And maybe Aunt Natsui's rifle could serve as a deterrent to stop them from attacking.
I hope that is so, but...
Maria, I know you want to say something, but keep it to yourself. Stay quiet for a while.
Ew! Rhea probably wanted to say something about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns, but if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it.
If I may, I do know of just one place that cannot be entered, even with the servant key rings.
Where's that?
That would be the master's study.
I'm against this. I don't even want to think about going in grandfather's creepy room.
How many keys can gain access to that room?
There are 2. I always have one on my person. The other was held by the master himself, but just now, I found this on the corpse in the boiler room.
Genji-san took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Natsui.
Normally, it would have been proper to leave the master's key for the police. But because of the master's orders to protect the safety of the study, I borrowed it for the time being.
I see. Which means that Kinjo-san's study is the only place where we can be safe.
It would appear that way. I don't even want to think about being shut up in that strange room all night. But it appears we must acknowledge that his room is safer than anywhere else right now.
Even though grandfather locked himself up in that safe room, the culprit brought him out and killed him. Can't be certain that it's truly safe.
According to your theory, grandfather cleverly found a way around that receipt trick and left the room of his own free will. If so, the room might be a good place to barricade ourselves in after all.
Too optimistic, Aniki.
However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study, they'd have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study, and that'd give us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us, but that's probably impossible. If you spin the chessboard around, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way that'll make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's got to do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think she's real. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes.
Is grandfather's room big enough to stuff 8 people in?
Yes. There's a bed, a sofa, and blankets, so while it's not luxurious, it will be more than suitable for spending the night. There's also a sink, a bathroom, a refrigerator, and a liquor cabinet.
Whoa! That's incredible! But isn't that weird? You're saying he built another house inside his house? That's pretty cramped for the last house of someone like our grandfather who bought the whole island and realized all of his dreams?
That's right. After some point in time, father probably couldn't feel at peace in any other place, even inside the mansion. We always sneered about how he shut himself up in there, and this time, we're the ones who are gonna shut ourselves up. Ha! Jessica spat the words out.
Jessica-chan, it sounds like you'd rather go search for the culprit than stay shut up somewhere.
Of course, me. I don't think we'll be able to find them if we just start searching on our own. In the end, we can't do anything but wait. Then it doesn't matter where we wait, does it? I'm not gonna run away or hide. Why don't we just take it easy in the parlor, watching TV or something while we wait for this Bitarachi-sama to appear? It's perfectly fine if she doesn't appear. I'm sorry. There's no need for us to be the ones who expose the culprit.
Well said. We shouldn't take needless risks before the police arrive.
Thank you, Dr. Nanjo. I think we should move to father's study. True, we have no proof that it's safe since father was taken out of there. However, I can't deny the possibility that, as Battler Kun reasoned, grandfather left the study of his own accord and was attacked outside. A while back, I proposed that strange theory as a stopgap measure, but just as Aunt Eva said, even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, grandfather couldn't even have used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. Aunt Eva hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So does that mean the sealed door formed a closed room just as Aunt Eva claimed? Is it an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsui was the culprit? If Aunt Eva were here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing would go wrong. But wait, have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexpected location is actually more dangerous? Ah, it's useless, useless, it's all useless. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. If I keep spinning the chessboard around, right and wrong will keep switching places over and over, and I won't be able to believe anything. When it seems like the culprit is one of the 18, I want to believe in Beatrice, and once I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. If that keeps spinning around forever, in the end, my thoughts won't have taken one step from where they started. Do you want to take over for this part, Greg?
Sure. How far back in the past was it that Kyrie-san taught me about chessboard thinking?
Oh, what a goddamn line that is. Holy shit. Chessboard thinking.
That concept of examining the situation by spinning it around and thinking from the enemy's side. I seem to remember being so interested by it back then I used it to guide all my thinking. By the way, Kyrie-san was Dad's coworker back then. I never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family. Didn't Kyrie-san tell me something once? I get the feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all powerful. And it wouldn't be good to rely on it too much. Is this a woman?
Yes.
Okay. Chessboard thinking is my own interpretation of something called game theory, which I read about in a book long ago. It's a very interesting subject, so you should tackle it yourself when you get into college, Butler. I really want to try it. If I could study and perfect my chessboard thinking, it'd be fun to be able to read into any opponent's moves, wouldn't it? But you can't believe it in blindly. Game theory is a very deep and complicated subject. Chessboard thinking is just my interpretation that skims the surface of game theory. In order to thoroughly read your opponent's moves like you're imagining, you need to study your opponent. Additionally, while chessboard theory is convenient and practical, it isn't perfect. It has many weak points despite its convenience. Weak points? Yes. Chessboard thinking is founded upon game theory. When you thoroughly investigate game theory, it boils down to math. Do you know what the weak point of math is?
Okay, so this character is actually really intelligent, but the framing of Battler remembering this and you doing this voice is so fucking perfect. The way it's like reframing how it happened. It's so good.
That's nice. In math, when you write 1 + 1 = 2,
That's a formal 1-2, nice.
that process will always result in 1 + 1 = 2 no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between time periods. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. Because the rules of chess are fixed, when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible they can reach the same conclusions whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible that a discussion about the same layout would have changed as well. That's right! Events in the world of humans are normally full of noise. Aren't human emotions that way? Even if the exact same thing occurs more than once, there's no guarantee humans will act in a predictable fashion. The moment we try to use a math-based theory to predict someone's actions, we must be aware that our theory has built-in weaknesses and limits. Simply put, chessboard thinking is extremely weak against noise and fickleness, as well as mistakes or incorrect knowledge. That's right. Kyrie-san definitely said that.
In that exact voice, too?
Chess has always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or what if this game actually has a special rule? Some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can use. In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish. Unless... So far, I've used chessboard theory to guess several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding behind this case. Or so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought? If Kyrie-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability.
Yeah, like, the killer is totally Beatrice, and, you know, it's just Maria in a wig, yeah.
Until the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into Grandfather's study. But in the end, Aunt Natsui persisted, and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa-san had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of George Aniki's parents, both the kitchen and the parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poison. Certainly, that would allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit, one who'd be afraid of Aunt Nasui's rifle. And this was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we'd imagined. Then, Kumasawa-san made a proposal, and we all went together to the kitchen. There, we gathered some canned food and other things that'd be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Nasui, who was in the lead, warily stared into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. Once we dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Nasui had warned us of beforehand. There was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads.
I see. This kind of stench probably would give you a headache if you were shut in with it for a whole night. I know it's a little late, but I'm with Jessica. I vote against going into Grandfather's study.
It felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. It was the door to the forbidden study, which should defend against any who would enter.
While Genji-san unlocked the door, Maria stared at the door and the doorknob with great interest.
Ew! Incredible door!
It looks old and strict and like it'd stop any jokes good, huh? A perfect door for grandfather's study.
The power to ward off spiritual menaces is strong here. Beatrice probably couldn't open this door.
What does that mean?
Maria pointed at the doorknob. A scorpion crest. No, a design like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed there. That design, that's right. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday? The 5th magic circle of Mars is a strong ward against magic. Additionally, this magic circle was very diligently constructed and is full of power. Such a magic circle can be quite troublesome to beings of magic like Beatrice.
Isn't that comforting? Are you saying we can escape even Beatrice's clutches in this room? Our little witch here sure is reliable.
Then how did Beatrice get grandfather out?
Just as Battler reasoned. Beatrice can't go inside. However, she has both magic and familiars. Using them, she might have been able to get grandfather to leave the study of his own accord.
I've read about that in manga. I've seen a bunch of scenes where vampires were frightened of crosses so they couldn't get close. But their familiars were just fine, so they made their familiars attack.
Those scorpion keychain charms I gave you yesterday also had the 5th magic circle of Mars on them. The power dwelling within them was weak, but they should be enough to protect you until we leave the island. Although, it sounds like you've lost yours, right? Scorpion keychain charms. Yeah, I don't know what this voice is. The charm I gave you yesterday was something I got from Maria. I heard it would repel magic if you put it on your doorknob, and at the time I thought maybe it'd be better if you had it. Is that so? I thought it was an odd thing for you to be carrying around. Aunt Natsui put that on her doorknob? Yes. Last night after hearing about it from Jessica, I hung it from the doorknob on the inside of my door. Then Aunt Natsui, you're really fortunate. If you did that, Beatrice probably couldn't even lay a finger on you yesterday. I think Beatrice must have been really annoyed. Do you want to take the narration?
Beatrice? Annoyed? Couldn't lay one finger? Natsui thought back on that eerie scribble she'd seen that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice tried to enter through the door to Natsui's own room? But the magic-repelling charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it?
Quit it. Don't talk about that. Witches don't exist. The culprit does, and they're human just like us. If you need proof, why don't we dice her up and see if her blood's red? Damn it, damn it. How could you do that to Canon-kun? Click. Kenshi unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzo's study. Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. We're coming up to about 2 hours, Greg, and it's probably going to take break at the scene. I remember what you said, so would you like to do just read us out? So like
Sure, yeah.
As a finale, yeah.
He had done nothing more than fortified thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might be buried beneath idol posters. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all his pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head.
When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. And there were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain. And now, the auto lock. This 4th door had the most magnificent lock yet, and this was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room. But we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet-bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see. This study really does have enough in it to live in. Now I see how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV, because there was no television or even a radio in this room. We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with Grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and in the end was never completed.
Kento-san, it seems we weren't able to see this match through after all.
Dr. Nanjo.
I was Kento-san's friend for a long time, but I never knew about more than half of him. I believe 2 Kentos existed, a wise one and one trapped by some madness. I never understood anything about him.
Especially when it came to Beatrice-sama, it would seem like his personality changed.
In the direction of Kumasawa-san's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room, and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to Grandfather in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself, or someone pretending to be her. Whether they were a witch or a human, that was besides the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her.
That's right. Mom, you picked up the culprit's letter in Aunt Eva's room, right? Yes. I still haven't opened it. Let's give it a try. Aunt Natsui took out that western envelope. Genji-san pulled a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her.
While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. Aunt Natsui also seemed to realize that. So she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily.
What did she say?
There is one unpleasant sentence. It must be trying to provoke us.
Natsui, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time.
Praise my name. What the hell? That's annoying.
It's probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor. Damn it!
I bet we were hoping another weird magic circle would show up.
It wasn't a magic circle, but my expectations haven't been betrayed. Hee hee hee.
What could it mean? I wonder if she wants to tout her own existence.
That seems reasonable. With this letter, we now know that the author of last night's letter is the culprit. I think the identical envelope is more significant than what is written here.
Without a doubt, this is the type of envelope and sealing wax that the master used.
I don't know what's going on anymore. This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I started working for the Ushiramiya family.
Going by last night's letter, Beatrice is claiming to be Grandfather's oldest confidant. Grandfather often said the same thing in the past, right?
I spoke to Genji-san and Kumasawa-san, who nodded together.
Guess that means you two know more about her than anyone except Grandfather. Could you tell us?
For a long time, I purposefully avoided this topic. But now that it has come to this, I can no longer do so. Genji, tell us everything you know.
Genji-san didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been defied among the servants. Deified. He had probably been very close to Grandfather in his occult hobbies. So there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and had increasingly come to deify the witch. As Grandfather's most trusted servant who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that Grandfather had created. So there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut, and it wasn't like we'd believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence.
Was she? How close are we to the end of the scene, chat? Or is that a spoiler? Not at all? Okay. We're like overdue for our break. We just take a break every 2 hours, Greg. And I know
cool.
we have time limit too. This was really fun. Thank you so much.
Dude, I had a blast. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I don't even know how to say thank you. That was amazing. Thank you so much.
For sure. All right, chat. You're the best. Joe, we'll talk soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Have a good rest of your day.
You too, man.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Thank you, Greg. Thank you. Thank you. Whew. Time to change microphone. Oh, I put my gain up a little bit for Zoom. I could probably turn it down a little bit. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated at the moment. Just give me a second to like recalibrate and. Let me turn the gain down a little bit. Does that sound more like normal me now at this point? Okay, I did some tests on Zoom, and we had to make sure that I was a bit louder for Zoom to work. Yeah. Let me move this up a little bit. Okay, all right, that's that. And I think I should turn down the game a little bit too, and turn the music back up a little bit in the game. Oh man, I wish I had realized that Greg doing the narration from the beginning. Oh my god. Okay, like voice up and music up to 15, I think is what we did for both of them, right? That's what we do. Okay, and I do have Zoom closed, right? Okay, so that's there. Voice is at 10. This usually voice is at 10. Wow. I wonder if I actually tried and like maybe took some classes or something. I wonder if I could get to like maybe a tenth of that level of reading performance just to elevate some of the reading streams that we do, because I like listening to him, I was like, oh my god, this is making it so much better. Like holy shit. Like damn, man. Damn. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. I'm gonna use the bathroom and I'm gonna get a drink, and I might get a small snack, and then that'll be it. Anyway, be right back. All right, so say hello. Say hi.
Hi.
Say hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
What's your name?
Kate.
Kate. Do you like her dress?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like it? Yeah? Yeah? Is she pretty? Yeah? Okay. All right, say bye.
Bye.
Say bye. That was probably Greg's best voice yet, right? Wow. Sorry, Kate was insistent that she see what I was doing. Think you can manage a 5.5 hour stream today? It will be even more likely to win stream of the year. Jet say if so, smiley face. Maybe. We can see. Does that include a little bit of like recap and going over what just happened, or would that make you go to 6 hours? Because I could probably go a little longer than that. Okay, let's do a little bit of recap, and then I'll go down and finish tea, and then I will continue reading. All right, so a lot happened just then. That was quite brisk. I feel like it's very loud. First of all, before I continue, like, is the sound okay? Like, can you guys still hear the music or no? Do I need to turn the sound back up again a little bit, or what? It's fine? Oh, I just turned it up after everyone is saying it's fine now. Okay. Music is a bit loud now? Okay, is it better now though? Because I turned it back down to -6. Feel like you're too quiet for the game. Is it still too loud? Did I move my microphone gain? Oh, you know what? Hold on. I'll fix it. Fixed now, right? Or is it too loud now? What do you think? This is how I usually sound on stream. This is the exact same setup that we usually get. Now I'm too... Really? Okay, 1 second. Okay, let me... Is this fine? Too loud? Is this how I usually sound or what? Okay, I'm gonna slowly... How about now? How is this okay? Too loud? What? That's perfect. Really? I have never had to turn the microphone decibel down ever in my life on this. Okay. Okay, let's go to system. Oh, no, we're not going to system. Oh, the witch's second letter is there. Praise my name. Oh, look at that in just all by itself in the center of the page. That's really cool. Okay, has any of this changed? People in chat were saying tips have changed, but I don't think it's that. It's yeah. Anyway, second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. So this is the second night, and whatchamacallit, Hideyoshi and Eva die doing what they loved, which was each other. And so that tracks. But then we have third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. But it seems like maybe Canon was trying to ruin that by doing one of these out of order. Like, he messed up the ritual. Like fuck you. He gouged his own chest, it looked like. I don't know. Are there even enough people left? Those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Okay, but here's the thing though, it's still the second night, right? So they have to praise the name on the next one? Or does twilight not mean what I think it means? Huh. Okay. Damn, so many people killed off. Okay, are any of these different? No? Demon's Roulette is really cool, by the way. It doesn't look like any of the ones that were previously killed are different. Okay, so... Oh, damn. Oh, I just clicked on the stream. He's completely covered. Okay. Ushiromiya Kinzo, burned in the incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. The old sorcerer's wish vanished before it could be granted. He always knew that this was one possible result of his risky gamble. Huh. Live Nanjo reaction? Found on the bed of a guest room inside the mansion with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of her forehead. Okay, so what I said on the Persona stream was completely wrong then, because I was thinking that that these two were the killers because they let George stay out of the room on his own when there's a killer around. But honestly, I don't really know how I could explain this to you other than just vibes based. My guess right now is that they killed themselves, or Eva killed him and then herself. Like, my vibes, what I'm thinking right now is that they're trying to like enact the ritual in some way, and maybe like these 5 killed Shannon and then themselves, or I don't know if Gouda would be in on it or something like that. That's where Twang. That's where my feelings are right now, but I don't really know why I feel that way. That's just like an instinct going through. I don't know. Found in the bathroom of the same guest room that Eva was in. Like Eva, there was a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. You can't see, no apostrophe, you can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. You can't see them, so you can't reach them. Hey, Hayes, how could a human possibly kill them? Huh. Oh, he killed himself. That's what the hand symbol's there for, because he stabs himself. Found in the boiler room with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his chest. How presumptuous of lowly furniture like that. Huh. I wonder if they're like ornate like chess pieces that you can like corkscrew into a chessboard in some way. Or are they keys? How many keys are there? Chosen by the key. Huh. This guy's pretty sus right now, not gonna lie. Also, she's kind of sus, too. Feels like she is letting on way more than she knows. It's also entirely possible that someone here has 6 toes, not just Kinzo. Huh. Okay, so Eva and Hideyoshi go to their room, and they're alone. They're reminiscing. It kind of felt like they were having a sad conversation. I guess this is it. That was my vibe on that. And then they started eating each other's faces. Nicely though. And then I don't know exactly how long they were gone for in that time. And then there was also the blood appeared on the door, which probably means that this guy was like, as soon as everyone was out of bounds, he like went into the room and was like, oh, here's the door I prepared earlier, gets the hammer, just like knocks it off the hinges, puts the other door that already had the shit on it, because that's faster than drawing the circle, like back hinges. Here we or maybe there was like a protective film over the door that they just like peeled off, because I don't think you could. It seemed to be saying that you or implying that they couldn't have drawn that circle as quickly as it was there. And then Cannon went downstairs and saw something. I don't know if the butterflies are meant to resemble somebody instead of just actually being butterflies. Like, we're seeing butterflies, but he's seeing something else. Or maybe he was seeing the burning in the furnace as butterflies. Or maybe it's just all in his imagination, I'm not sure. And then he seems to be like, he's bought so much in that he killed himself to disturb the ritual. It remains to be seen if that's true or not. Okay, so I'm pretty sure Cannon killed himself. I don't think Cannon... I feel like there's something unreliable in that sequence of events in some way. That the hatchet, like he had something else on him or something. I don't know. Like there's something about that that's not clear to me. That's a little suspicious. Okay, and then Battler ran into the courtyard because the door was there, and he thought that someone had ran out, which might have been the case. He had a good moment with Netsui, and then it's been regrouping in the study now. George is upset, rightfully so, and everyone is starting to hate Maria and understanding Rosa more and more every single day. The butterfly-shaped shot put balls. Okay, I think that's all I'm getting. Is there a scene I forgot? Start off with them in the parlor. Eva and Hideyoshi leave. Then we're in the kitchen. Then we go and the door is locked, but they're not answering. Then there was the letter, and we didn't read the letter until we came upstairs, which was very fortuitous for the ceremony of that scene. Yeah. Okay. Oh man, again, like I guys, like when Greg was reading the narration, like my God, I was one of you. Like I was forgetting to hit the button at some point. I was like, yes, Daddy, tell me a story. It was just so good. Like holy shit. I understand the streams now. I understand the appeal. I get it. I get it. There's also a lot of Battler spinning chessboard around. Yeah, and it seems that it's really spinning and flip-flopping on whether or not there is a witch or not, right? And I think that's fine. But I wonder if that's even going to be the whole point of the story at some point. Is like, is there actually one or not? But like, I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let me go down and get a tea because that'll help me get through this and also smooth my my throat a little bit. Thank you again to Greg. I don't know if Greg will hear this or anything. I'll DM him afterwards completely. Thank you, Greg, for being really kind and patient with me. Like, felt really at ease right away. Like, was a bit nervous at the start. I even told him when the video was playing at the beginning. Thank you again, Mouse, for making the hard parts of that. When at the beginning, like our you couldn't hear us talking. We were talking while the video was going on because we couldn't hear it. And like, yeah, he like, yeah, I was a little nervous. I told him, and then right away it was like, okay, it's just like a normal stream. I feel like we were vibing really well, really well. Yeah. Anyway, let us reconvene in just another minute. I know there's a second break, but I'm gonna go get something hot to drink. Be right back. Show them your Cookie Monster in class. Chat wanted me to do Jigglypuff, but I don't think I can do Jigglypuff without like a calibration Jigglypuff at the beginning, and I didn't want to do that in front of Greg and then like just fall on my ass when it came to actually continuing this to read a line in that because I don't know if I can. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. What's the sub list looking like right now? My guess is that there weren't a lot of messages when we came in like that, so I can do just sort of rapid fire thank yous right off the bat. So here I go. Here I go. You can hear me, right? Thank you to the following people. I'm not going to differentiate between subs and resubs. I'm sorry. Like, I think it was implied that like we were doing a thing today, but I still want to say thank you to people. So I'm not going to say like subs, resubs, welcome. I'm just going to read names. Okay, here we go. We're just going to read names. Thank you to Pancake Chroma, Zorgrox, Rod Bottom, Riley Nur, Opie Furred Dog, Opal Furred Dog, Indiana Jones, Rio Syvac, Cayenne, Man of Answers, Lady Moss, Eigel882, Vibe, Mr. Gruck, Thep Flom, Infernal Table, Terraflop, Java Man Jojo, A Christ, Take Your Time Joe, Much Love, Key to Truth, Mr. Connor Gale, Con5654 for 20 gift subs. I lied, apparently. I'm going to differentiate. Thank you very much. Thank you, Filling Up Space, Mr. Dubois, P. Kill Boredom, Freya Frelia, Yuri was taken again with another 20 gift subs. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mfire33, Guap, Shido, not the vulgar one. Narvan, Aperture City, Duper Streams, I Am Stebby, Kairai, Drosophila, Delmec, with a wholesome message, Snipe Hunter 007 with a round of bits, thank you. Chirion, Onzin for gifting out some subs, Sapphirus, Al Shaika 777, Aristoggled, there we go, I got there. R Jester 0, Annie for Prez, Espar Senior, Flint Nuka, the Anime Neko, Frockin, the Pub Sub, Schlang Poofa, Am Username, and Lirugetta. Fastest I have ever done. The fastest I have ever done. There we go. Thank you. If there was any pressing message in here that you would really like me to read, you can add it to me in chat right now and I will see it, because apparently there is a fan art that I'm supposed to put on the screen. Where is it? Merrick Fast Pass? Merrick does have a Fast Pass, yeah. Is it the one that's pinned? There was a very, very funny 1000-bit message. You should have voices on? Yeah, I do. I have, the voices are back on now. All right. Hey Joe, I'm defusing a trap keeping me in an incinerator at the moment, so I'm only checking in sporadically. I got a question though. Is Weeb Absolution a reward we can gift onward after redeeming? If so, does Greg need one? Pins are broken right now? Okay. Okay, Merrick, if you're here and you would like me to put the fan art on the screen, you can DM me and I'll check in about 5 minutes, okay? Or at the end of the scene, I'll check in, I'll put it on the screen. Sound good? Oh, man. Sorry, Discord made it hard to link videos, so I had to type this link manually. You did what? Oh no, it went into my Witcher 2 folder. It just downloaded. Okay. Can I just play this, Merrick? Hold on. I have to play it myself first because I'm not going to be able to hear it. Closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become... Closed her... Closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become... Closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become... Oh, fucking slain. Holy shit. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Relatedly, there's also this one. It's the horse is back. The horse is back. Thank you. The horse is back. Okay, all right. Let us continue. Let us continue. I'm so sorry. You're cackling right now. I can hear it. You don't know. No. Okay, let's keep going. Cackle with all the E. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence. Father's concubine? His concubine. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective, it's also an unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother. Maybe. When grandmother was alive... the voice is loud enough, by the way? When grandmother was alive, I hear she was pretty sure of it. She thought he was cheating on her. I always thought she meant grandfather's imaginary witch. Now this is getting really interesting. You told me, didn't you, Genji-san? You said Bitarichi has been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished. I heard that the construction of the mansion was completed in Showa 27, 1952. That means this person called Bitarichi was in a relationship with grandfather since at least 30 years ago. Could that concubine of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child with that person, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge? Hee, I see. This is starting to sound just like your standard Western mansion mystery. Suspiciously so. It's a filthy topic, but the easiest line of reasoning to accept. What do you think, Genji? The master surely had feelings of deep love for her. There could be no mistake that he cared for her more than his late wife. Who is this person called Bitarichi? And what's she doing now? I have heard that she passed away before the mansion was completed. She's already dead? Sorry, 1 second, fixing a window. Yes, the master was deeply stricken by grief at her loss, and he devoted himself to the art of black magic as a means to revive her. The master loved Beatrice-sama from the bottom of his heart. It was that madness which drove him to all that you see here. As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms as though asking us to look at this room, filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. I want an Arnold impression right now. I can't do one. Live chandelier reaction? We were all at a loss for words. Normally black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine. Oh, hold on. 1 second, hold the phone. Merrick, we good for this? Merrick, I don't know how much money I owe you at this point, Merrick. But you know I'm good for it. Here we go. No! Image contains too many frames. No! The bit. Ah. Oh no! No! Here, I'll put it on the screen though so we can see it. black magic seems like it'd just be creepy. You know what? You know what? Let's leave it on. It's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushirima family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. Oh, hold on. The only thing on grandfather's mind had been a loss of a beloved woman and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy. But in an instant, it had changed into something we could understand completely. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago. The master only told me about Bitsurichi-sama's story once, when he was very drunk. Although I have forgotten the details, it was a deep, deep love, enough to make a woman like me jealous. When Kinzo-san succeeded the headship of the Ushiramiya family, his marriage to his late wife had already been decided by the few surviving family elders. So, he was forced into a marriage with some woman who would benefit the Ushiramiya family. That is correct. Kinzo-san was installed as the head who would revive the family and had to bear the entirety of that heavy responsibility. I do not pretend to know the details of when or where Kinzo-san first met her. Guess it'd be rude to say any more than that. That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Oh, shit! Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice. I had it all wrong, Genji-san. What do you mean by that? I've always thought that maybe you servants believe blindly in the witch because you were influenced by grandfather's creepy black magic hobby. But that's not how it was, right? By acting as though Beatrice's soul at least had been restored and existed inside this mansion, they might have hoped to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and the expression of one remembering something from a distant past, Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice has revived as a witch, and she is in the mansion even now. Genji had said it, had believed it, had made people believe it, and would take that with him to the grave. This might be the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rockin' Jima that was still whispered of amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else. I remember denying the witch's existence in front of father on multiple occasions. Now I finally understand how much that must have wounded him. Right now I can understand very well. If I thought I could revive Shannon using black magic, I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching. Aniki. Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled. Beatrice has said it. Very soon she will be able to revive people. You'll be able to meet them, she said. I cut the emote down to 6 frames and sent it to you. Thank you, Merrick. Thank you. Let's see if it goes through. What do we want the emote to be called? Just Chandelier or just Chan? LCR? LCR is good. LCR. There you go. Enjoy. Enjoy. Thank you, Merrick. Thank you. Beatrice has said it. Very soon she'll be able to revive people. You'll be able to meet them, she said. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the Promised Land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time. Did she say that? The Beatrice who gave you the letter. I love the conflict right now that's like waging in me with raging. That's I kind of, I don't know which I want more. Like, I keep flip-flopping. Would be like, it would be really interesting if the witch was real, because that would open up a lot of possibilities. But also, I find it really interesting if the witch is not real, and it's just this mass delusion that everyone in the mansion bought themselves into so hard that even when Kinzo wasn't, like, around, they're still doing it. It's really interesting. You don't believe, do you? If only grandfather were here, I'm sure he'd be happy. I'm sure he'd be jumping for joy now that Beatrice is about to be revived. In that case, I believe. If grandfather gave up half of his life for this research, trying to resurrect the soul of a woman he loved and spending the rest of his life believing, I'll believe too. Battler. When you love a single woman for so long, the people around you catch on to it and it becomes the truth. Maybe you could say they're just being polite for the sake of your feelings. But right here, now, I'd like to call that magic. It isn't just being polite, it really is magic. She's a witch. Hee. It looks like nobody can see Beatrice after all. Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here. If you ask me as a woman, then while I'd like to be understanding of father's feelings of true love, how is Nanjo still alive? It did leave mother in an awkward position. I agree. Cheating is cheating. No way to make it pretty. Yeah, that's right. Gotta feel sorry for grandmother. So, have there been any rumors about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers. No, I have not heard of anything like that. If there was one, a memento of his most beloved person, he surely would have given them all of his affection. Genji? If there was one, since he ended up immersing himself in black magic instead, maybe we should assume there was no such child. Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard. You know it, right? That story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called the Fukuen House? Enough of that. That is nothing more than slander which would desecrate father. Tell us, Natsui. I think even you'd agree that this is no time to hide things from each other. It's a worthless story. Father made massive donations to an orphanage and had the orphans employed as servants at the head family to give them some on-the-job experience. The story in question is simply some drivel spread by fools who claim that father was using those orphans for some filthy hobby. For a while, some guys even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his black magic. And he really is doing weird experiments and ceremonies in this room all the time, so I half believed it myself. And these servants who came from the Fukuen house are? There are several of them, but Shannon and Cannon were the two scheduled during the family conference shift. To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices? After all, everyone Oh, Shannon is blonde, like Beatrice. There could be a connection there. Everyone grandfather selected as a servant was young, about the same age as Shannon and Cannon-kun. I was sure it was because grandfather had some bizarre hobby. Jessica, mind your words. When Aunt Natsui scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often, but they do in chess! And yet I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice, what do you know? I'd arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall, but that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in this smaller size. Is that a repeated line there? Below it, just like on purpose, like for effect? Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold. Ah. Sacrifices. Here. What the hell, babbler? You're creeping me out. 6. Sacrifices. Ah. Ah. Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. That's right. It's right there, in the epitaph. FK. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. There's no doubt. 6 people died in the beginning, and even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, no, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices. Ew. I've been saying that from the beginning. That's right, Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. Ew, the culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key. This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. It's the instructions for a resurrection ceremony using black magic or something. After all, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths. It sure does. Even reading through it quickly, that there'd be 6 + 2 + 5, which is 13. Yeah, I know math. 13 people who must die. How many people are normally on this island? It changes depending on the shifts for the servants, but there's my father, my husband, Jessica, and me, and 2 or 3 servants. Today and yesterday there were 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many. Oh, you know what? Maybe the gouge to head and kill is not kill someone. It's you gouge on the night the parts of the portrait hanging in the hallway like it's an advent calendar. All right, here we go. Tonight we're taking the head out. What's in there? Oh, chocolate. Nice. Okay, what about yeah, there we go. There we go. That's it. Which means that normally there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out the ceremony. No, wait. There's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ceremony. Yeah, we just went over that. So what does this mean? He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices and waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Isn't now the only time of year the ceremony could be held? That's exactly what I'm saying, Jessica. He increased the number of servants that were going to be on the island at this time to make it be more sacrifices for the ceremony. So what you're saying, Paimon thinks that... When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased. Haven't you ever heard of people making bets to test their fate? Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny, or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes when your luck is down and you get bored, you roll the dice and get 3 6s. You want to believe it's a portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst, a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle. Magic works the same way. You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result. Then, the feelings from all those stored up prayers gain magical power and become incarnate. The magic that grandfather was trying to perform is probably like that. He randomly selected sacrifices in the lottery, so to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony. Ridiculous! Are you saying that this entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony for some bizarre magic? How dare you besmirch the name of the head of the family that's the head of the family? Natsui yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it on my doorknob, would I have been killed mixed in along with those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. Yeah, I'm glad they clarified that, by the way, because, yeah, the culprit knows the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have received that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Impossible, impossible, impossible. But Natsui-san, the epitaph certainly does continue to fit even after that. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Why tear apart, though? Could this be talking about Iba-sama and Hideyoshi-sama? painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion. And after the culprit killed them, they left the words from the third twilight in a letter there. That's right. After carrying out the second twilight, they left the third twilight in that place. The third twilight was, just like Aunt Natsui just read. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Ah, if you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George and Nikki's parents were killed with those demons' ice picks gouged into their heads. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head. That's grandfather. He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice. But his forehead... No, his head had been gouged. Grandfather was the victim of the fourth twilight. I don't think the fourth twilight has happened yet. Then Canon-kun was... On the fifth twilight, gouged the chest and kill. We thought Canon-kun's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprit, but that's wrong. From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out alone and drive something through their chest. If the culprit has followed the epitaph this far, does that mean 3 people still have to die? On the sixth twilight, gouged the stomach and kill. Genji behind them all being like, aha, I see, you figured it out. Okay, well, here I go gouging. Right in his own stomach. On the seventh twilight, gouged the knee and kill. In the knee? On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Yes. You could read it that way. Well, I wonder about that. After those 3 die, it reaches the ninth twilight. Take a look. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. We're all going to be killed by Bitorichi. I don't get it. Wouldn't that mean everyone dies no matter how many people there are? What was grandfather after? Doesn't this mean the ceremony would kill him too, no matter what? It's okay if no one's left alive. On the 10th twilight, we finally arrive at the Golden Land. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. Yeah, but... If Bitorichi is the one that's doing it, why would she say in the letter that do the epitaph in order to prevent me from doing it? There's a conflict here. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying. Look at the second and third of the 4 treasures. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. So grandfather believed he would eventually be revived, even if he died partway through the ceremony. Ridiculous, it's insane. When you die, it's over, right? The dead don't come back to life. You're not a ghost. Isn't that a miracle humanity's been chasing after for thousands of years and still hasn't accomplished? So this is what it means? Something like you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife where they'll be restored? So what you're saying is right. If what you're saying now is right, would that mean that grandfather, whose remaining life is slim and who's been driven mad by love, is committing suicide? No, a massive force group suicide? Genji, is such a thing possible? I don't know. The master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself, and sometimes he just goes wandering out just in the forest and has to come back because he gets hungry. Genji, more dominoes! Okay, should we take that for a yes? What do you say, Kumasawa-san? Just still losing my shit at the thought of him like hiding under the bed when they were in there to be like, I don't know anything. That's right, I don't know. Do you think I would be on this island today if I didn't know? You're suspicious! I would have faked an illness or done anything to take the day off, that's right. What's your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years. Live Nanjo reaction? I feel the same as Genji-san. Kinzo-san was a man who far surpassed ordinary people. I even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times. Even I don't know what Kinzo-san was thinking when he wrote that epitaph. All we can say is that even if father did write this script, someone else is carrying it out. That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked grandfather and Canon-kun. Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes just as the epitaph says. The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about was... What was it that was written there? We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that, according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. But then, she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, Grandfather was still alive, but at that time it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring, which meant that Grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with Grandfather, guaranteeing her that right. Or maybe he has like fucking 50 of those rings in a drawer, and Genji was standing out with a raincoat and a big net on that night when he threw it in the window, and like he would just like do the speech, and then he would like throw the ring, and then he would like be like, Genji, did you get it? Like, no, not yet, sir. And you're like, okay, fuck it, okay, get another ring out. Time to do the speech again. All right, throw it. Did you get it now? That one was closer. Do it a little to the left next time. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with Grandfather, guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying Grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and Grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, Grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph right now. If we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means. Maria does. Look, another letter from Beatrice. Huh? What did you say? Maria was pointing at the top of the table where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. A western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there, but so what? What in the... Oh, the music. Aunt Netsui let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table? What the hell? What's going on, Maria? Where did that envelope come from? Just now, I looked and it was lying there. Ooh. I don't know anything. This isn't funny. There's only the 8 of us here. There's no way some 9th person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? While everyone was looking at the live chandelier reaction. Oh, here I go planting a letter again. Oh. Get back, all of you. Back against the wall. Oh, she's so gross. Aunt Netsui was pointing the rifle at Genji, the others bellowing at them. Genji-san was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same, but a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion Aunt Netsui had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table, and nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Battler-kun, open that envelope and read what's inside. Sure, I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an as yet unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. Gouging the head! The contents were as follows. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo-sama's epitaph? As you are all probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. This game can only end with my victory or yours. When time runs out, I will win by default. There will be no ties. Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. There are no continues, my friend. That's what it says. It isn't clear who put this letter there. However, I have been able to narrow down the list of suspects. It's you all! Madam, that's just too horrible. Just before I moved toward the portrait, I set a can of food down here. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there. And at that time, Jessica, George-kun, and Battler-kun were already in front of the portrait, and they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared. So the person who set that letter down is one of you four. Beatrice is here. Ooh, we aren't Beatrice. Beatrice exists. Silence. I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you. Okay, maybe this is a little harsh, but if I was Netsui right now, I would blast all 3 of them and then confine the kid. That's what I would do right now. Anyone else with me? So anyway, I started blasting. I would absolutely do that. Yeah. Is she gonna do that and it's conveniently going to like gouge all the body parts? But without a doubt, at least one among you is the culprit. That's right. There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist. Even when Cannon Kun was cocks the shotgun, pumps it. Ow, my leg! Ow, my knee! Ow, my gouged stomach! Oh no! Yeah, that could be explained if Kumasawa-san was the one who did it. The truth is that Kumasawa-san entered the boiler room with Cannon Kun and killed him. And then she lied, saying he had already fallen when she got there. That's true! You're making a mistake, milady. Why would I do something like that? Because Kinzo told you to! I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that closed room, but when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi. The only ones who didn't were the servants. But does that really mean it's okay to suspect them? Yes, now that you mention it, they have no alibi for any of the cases. Ugh. Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. And then her voice echoed in my head. Yeah, just, spin the chessboard? Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it. Natsui-san, please, calm yourself. A lot has happened today. I understand how much strain is on your mind right now. Dr. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious. However, you are Father's personal doctor and his closest friend. You have been by his side for many years, and you might even know about Beatrice. Could you be hiding some kind of old obligation? Of course not. Calm yourself. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicions of Kumasawa murdering Cannon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Aunt Natsui pointed the barrel of the gun. Genji, you were grandfather's #1 subordinate. Was Beatrice an illusion you showed the father with you as the performer? If by suspecting me you recognize me as the master's greatest servant, then I count it a great honor, regardless of the circumstances. However, I am not the one who put the letter there. Do you expect us to just accept that? Yes. You must be the ringleader. Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices. And Maria-chan too. Not content to suspect just the adults, Aunt Natsui pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too, but Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine, even if she was shot. Maria-chan, by this point we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they're young. So for the last time, let me ask the question that everyone's had since last night. Yesterday, who was the Beatrice who handed you that letter? Maria, don't dodge the question. Make it clear. Who gave you that letter? How many times do I have to tell you? It's Beatrice, the 1,000-year-old golden witch. If you want to know what she looks, just turn around. She's right there. Beatrice is. Don't mess with us, Maria. Enough, Jessica. Maria too. Don't you understand the situation? What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that? Stop stirring each other up pointlessly. I don't understand. Who do you all want the culprit to be? You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect one of your own. When you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed, only then do you want to believe in a human that you can attack with violence to deny Beatrice. That's why you can't see her. Beatrice exists. You all can't see her. Silence. I don't want to label you as the culprit, but there is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making this situation unpleasant and are providing assistance to the enemy. I thought she couldn't come in the room, Maria. This 9-year-old is not staying on course, let me tell you. Then what will you do? Shoot me? I don't mind. Very soon, the doors to the Golden Land will be opened. Then all the dead will be resurrected. Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of. Mom, she really is suspicious. We can't keep her with us. Blast her. But Aunt Natsui, please calm down. There's no reason to shoot Maria. Please remain composed. The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be afraid of. Even the culprit is scared of what will happen tomorrow. They're scared of the police. Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law, but that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon. Once the typhoon passes, the law will return, so you mustn't shoot. How can you stay so calm, Georgie-san? I can't believe you're still single. Oh my god, one of these four is the culprit. No, maybe all four of them are working together. How can you stay so calm when one of these four might be the culprit who killed your parents? Even I have the desire to find the culprit and kill them. But that would be simple to barbarism. I will leave the judgment of crimes to the law. So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger. Yes, you're right. There will be lots of time to fillet George later. We must listen for now. I feel the same as George and Nikki. And Natsui, get a hold of yourself for a second. Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot. In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, stay cool 3 times. Let me make this clear. Witches don't exist. Not on Rokkenjima. Not in the Ushiromiya mansion. I declare it as Ushiromiya Natsui, representative of the Ushiromiya family. There's no witch here. I won't accept Beatrice. No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them. That's my duty as a mother and as a representative to the family. These words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsui would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George and Nikki and I were standing on this side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on Grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Mira started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on Grandfather's side. That's right, they're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all of the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? Pretty good, huh? It's pretty good. Aunt Natsui didn't tell them to leave with her own words. But with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. I think this is kind of like a scene break. Let me say some quick thank yous to people. Pub sub Schlang Pufa M username Lurugetta. Thank you, Zoggear. As someone who had Umineko form a lot of my teenage years, watching your stream has made me realize a lot of flaws with it. I prefer the Persona 3 stream. Still love Umineko no. Actually joking this time. Thank you. Thank you, Huss Nasty for the resub. The Smart Alec for the new sub. Electron Active Area for the bits. Rockin' Dojima Greatest Mystery. How many chandeliers are there? Oh, at least 2. At least 2. And thank you, Savako, for the resub also. Thank you, Pizzerata, for the bits. Hope you're enjoying this. I've been looking forward to this stream all week. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever. Calm yourself, Natsui-san. Still, I understand your feelings well. I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all these strange repeated incidents, so I understand well why you want to suspect us. If you really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude. However, please understand, just this once. Very weird. Let's leave the room. What do you say, Genji-san? Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game? If that is what you wish, by all means. I don't want to. After all, that means we'll have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us, right? My weeb, you are the wolf! I don't want to, madam. Please forgive me. Eek! It was obvious that Kumasawa-san was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanon-kun had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. So true, Battler? I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsui and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsui from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san. It's okay. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her. You believe that Beatrice exists. So it'll definitely be okay. I'll watch TV in the parlor. Let's watch it together. It's so boring here without TV. It looked like Kurosawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the 3 other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. Okay, this is interesting. This is a pretty good compromise, actually. This actually makes sense if you're not going to shoot them. Well then, Natsui-san. That will be all for tonight. Let us meet again tomorrow. Yes. Please understand, at least for tonight. When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness. You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can. Genji, I leave them in your hands. Certainly. Here I go gouging! Oh, it can't be helped, can it? They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children. Genji, Kumasawa, my sincerest apologies. Let us meet again tomorrow. Maria-chan too. Please forgive your cold aunt. Okay, kicking Maria out is so unbelievably based. Wow. Well done, story. I forgive you. Ooh. Madam, the keys to this room. I will hand both over to you. Genji-san pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them over to Aunt Nashiri. Another envelope spilled onto the floor as he did so. Who put this in my pocket? And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion. He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted and relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face. Genji, I had planned that after father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire. To treat you like this makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart. I have already received the master's favor. Everything I have done until today has been in repayment for that. Please, do not worry over it. Very well then, shall we everyone? Good night to you all. Poor Genji. Ooh, good night. Good night to you too, Battler. Good night, Beatrice. Ah, Maria, wait a sec. Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain. This repels magic, right? Oh, you did have it! Wear it. Ooh, didn't you say you dropped it? Back then, I got ticked off and just bluffed that I'd lost it. There's no way I'd lose the precious charm you gave me. Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that. Well then, everyone, good night to you. We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. Oh! The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I had mistakenly thought there was only one. There were no characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle written with a red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different, this magic circle was one I'd never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. Triforce? But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of... Triforce? Force the door? Eh? I wanted to know what it could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. Let's read the books. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message, but what does this magic circle mean? Damn it. After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon had passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivety. Naivete? Naivety? Or both okay? Naivete is probably it, right? It had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magic power? Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once. Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything. With this, we should finally be safe. Finally. Definitely. Even as she said that, Aunt Natsui couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief, at least not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. Oh. Uh-oh. That's not tomorrow. Thank you, Canty Ash, for the bits. I had to run to the store to grab something before it closes, so I put the stream on audio only, and when you were doing Greg's George voice, I realized I'm smiling at some extremely beautiful woman, and in that moment I really wanted to do a chandelier, but then she smiled back, so W? Aw, you're in! You're welcome. You're welcome. Name one of your kids after me, please. Thank you, person 1010-617 for the new sub 2. Welcome, welcome. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocence among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. What do you think of music? I really like the music in this Not a Game. It's pretty good. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another, the worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? Paimon wonders! During that endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Aunt Natsui faced the door without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. What if there is a secret way in and out of here, though, that Genji knows? She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George and Nikki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsui with a dead expression on her face. Oh yeah, I should save it, yeah. And every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Aniki. But apparently Jessica liked Canon-kun. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means, more than anything else, she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible, so sad. Come to think of it, Canon-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around Grandfather's study, thinking I'd research the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. Man, we're the same person. Even though we were shut up in here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it. You sure are enthusiastic. Did you find anything that might serve as a hint? Not a thing. The first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese. Just how many languages could Grandfather read? He's incredible. Aren't you tired, Butlerkin? You should take a rest while someone else stays awake. Aunt Natsui said she'd stay up all night for us, but there's no way her body can handle that. We should take turns sleeping. Then you sleep first, Aniki. I'll keep researching till I get sleepy. You mean that magic circle just now? Yeah. We've got plenty of time to kill. I thought it'd be interesting to find out. Kill? It's only... Oh, the chandelier's still on the screen. I'm sorry. God damn it. I thought it'd be interesting to find out what kind of message Beatrice-sama put in it. Give it a rest. Mess around with stuff like that and you'll end up getting possessed by something weird. Don't worry, I've been certified by Maria. She said I've got no spiritual talent at all. Were we too cruel to Maria? Jessica, you mustn't think that now. But Mom, if Maria wasn't involved, and there's a culprit besides her, then she's obviously a soft target for the murderer. If she's killed because of this, then we've just left her to die. A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that, always acting tough and regretting it later. I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the culprit, and she might have been siding with them, talking like that over and over to further confuse matters. I am relieved that we chased them out. That's pretty harsh, Aunt Netsui. Couldn't it just have been the nonsense of a 9-year-old girl? It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. But when Maria was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny I'd felt some relief. Yep, and if that is the case, then tomorrow we will apologize for what we did. I will take full responsibility for chasing them out of this room. This isn't something the rest of you have to worry about. I could feel a tragic determination in Aunt Natsui's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. Resolute, yeah. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility. Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that? She's bringing about her own ruin. I think the reason Maria-chan adores witches and magic so much might be Aunt Rosa. Aunt Rosa? What does she have to do with this? She's a witch! Didn't you realize it too, Butler-kun? Maria-chan's real father ran off somewhere a long time ago. Although Aunt Rosa tried to confuse the issue by saying he's on a foreign business trip, talking about Rosa-san's family has become a kind of taboo in the Ushiromiya family. I think Aunt Rosa thought about remarrying, but I also believe Maria-chan may have become her shackles and made that quite difficult. After all, she sometimes got really emotional and hit Maria-chan. I agree with you there. It looked like Aunt Rosa was trying hard to like Maria, which means more that she didn't really like her. She might have thought... That's a good line. She might have thought of Maria as someone who stood in the way of her remarrying. I think that emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars on her young heart. So, she learned about this occult hobby from somewhere and immersed herself in it to bury the holes in her heart. Bury? Did you know? To Maria-chan, the image of a witch isn't negative at all. Remember yesterday at the beach when she showed us her notebook? Yeah. It was full of all those fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday, when we were down by the beach doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were all beings adorned with beautiful dresses who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her? Someday, a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the Witch of Rokkenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land where Maria could be happy, Now let's come to this. I want to confess what's in my heart. Throwing out Maria-chan, no, Genji-san and the rest too, was probably the wrong thing to do, I think. No, it was absolutely the right thing to do. It wasn't pleasant. Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot. Okay, alright, you two go out then. I'm hanging out with Natsui. Battler and Natsui, gonna eat all the canned food. Let's find some Dominoes. Then how do you all explain that letter? No one could have said it there except the 4 people standing behind us. I made sure of that with my own eyes. If those 4 are innocent, how is that letter placed in a closed room with 8 people? That's right. Fucking Kinzo slapped it to the ceiling with some of the wax that was just carefully calibrated to just like melt at a certain, you know, if 8 people came into the room, the body temperature, the room temperature would increase just enough that the wax would melt a little bit, and then it would fall down and flutter down when no one was. There we go. That's right. When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious. But it's all useless. It's all useless. Useless? What is? Right. It might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around again. In other words, if one of those 4 really was the culprit, isn't that weird? That's right. Wasn't setting that letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit? Maybe they didn't think that they would all be banished and they could stay? You're right, that's weird. If they were going to do it, you think they put it in the crack of the door, for example, to make it look like someone had slipped it in from the outside. Of course, they should have known that they'd be suspected if they didn't make it look like the culprit was outside the room. Yeah, that's it exactly. If the culprit was one of those four, setting that letter right in the middle of the table would be both risky and meaningless, which means it was one of us four! Maybe it was me! But putting aside whatever trick was used to set it there, if we assume that the culprit is someone other than those four, in other words, someone who is outside the room, they had a lot to gain from that letter. Enough, Battler-kun. It's all meaningless to discuss such matters now. Suspicious? Natsui-san quickly guessed what I was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it long before I had, and had simply held her tongue. If the culprit's outside the room, then they'd be totally stuck the moment we shut ourselves up in a closed room like this. That's right. So they planned ahead, and they put the letter in here to scare us. It's the same as my theory about how grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it? That theory was that grandfather left the room of his own accord. If the culprit used some tactic to lure him out, and grandfather left of his own accord, then... Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through the door, but she could induce someone to leave of their own accord. Which would mean we fell for the culprit's trap completely, and sent out some new potential sacrifices. Genji and the rest aren't fools. When they try to protect themselves, they should find the next safest place after this room. They will definitely be able to hide themselves there. Aunt Natsui hadn't answered the question. Aunt Natsui herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Aunt Natsui, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable. Hey, Aunt Natsui, let me say something a little harsh, okay? I don't care you broke your elbow. At that time, what if, by coincidence, Jessica had also been standing behind you? Would you have chased Jessica from the room too? It's true that a lot of brutal things have happened. But as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter no matter what. Because of that duty, you chased him out even though you knew that you'd eventually be held responsible for it. It's not like I'm condemning that, but I was just thinking about what a great mother Jessica has. That's right. You've been dealing with these incidents since this morning, and you've been pulling all of us along this whole time without losing your composure. I'm so surprised you're still single. If you were all confused too, the rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp by now. So I think we all have to thank you. Thank you. So what are you two trying to say? So what you two are trying to say is that you want her to act as Maria's mother too? I always thought of Maria as a real little sister and adored her. And yet, a few things happened. We got a little confused, and I've said a lot of mean things to her, hurting her. Meanwhile, she's downstairs stabbing the rest of the three. Mom, please, let's stay together with Maria. No, everyone, there was no culprit among us. The culprit in this case is the witch Beatrice, okay? So let's stop suspecting each other. Lamayo, Aunt Natsui, closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something? You are my precious daughter, the one I finally received a whole 12 years after I married my husband. I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you. That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long, so many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There is... I found it. It's this magic circle. Inside the book I've been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George and Nikki peered at it as well. This magic circle's name was the Third Magic Circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalms 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. That testament is out of date. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was discord. Okay. What are you trying to say? Alright. Alright, dumb joke, sorry. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall. Wait a sec. Seriously? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence. That's kind of spooky. So this letter was a trap? How did they place it here? There wasn't anyone in this room except for the 8 of us, right? Anyway, let's ignore how they got it for now. Like, can we bring on the Mortal Kombat music, please? It was on the chandelier. The culprit was just after one thing. They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside this impregnable room and use us to throw the sacrificial sheep out. In that case, they're after the people who went out of the room. My mom, what should we do? Those 4 are in danger. It's too late. It wasn't surprising that Aunt Natsui remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here, and there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we chased out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. At that time, suddenly the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we'd think of it as an SOS from the ones we chased out, but then Aunt Natsui spoke. Well, why a phone call? The phone should be broken down and unusable. That doesn't matter. Oh, were they lying when they said the phones weren't working and we just didn't check? If that's Maria calling for help. If the problem with the phones was the culprit's work in the first place, then this call is probably... With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. Aunt Natsui hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver. How could you not? Let's pick it up, Aunt Natsui. Together. The phones might have been fixed for some reason. It could still be an urgent call from Maria-chan and the rest. That's right. And if it actually is a call from the culprit, bring it on. Why don't we listen to what they've got to say? It's just a phone call. No matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like it's going to hurt you. If you don't pick it up, then I will. I will take it. Hello? I stretched my hand out to take the receiver, but Aunt Natsui grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. Before a while, Aunt Natsui kept saying, hello. A silent phone call. Okay, some of you might not know this because you're all Zoomers and you don't answer your fucking phone. There used to be phones that were like hooked up to the wall in your house, and sometimes they would just ring and you don't know who it was, so you have to answer it. And sometimes it would ring really late at night and you would pick up the phone and it would just be no one, and it would just, your night's ruined. It's like, okay, I'm gonna think about that for the rest of the night now. That's great. Am I in a fucking horror movie now? Like, it's fucking just awesome. Thank you for ruining my night, someone who just didn't decide to talk on the fucking phone. Like, yeah, you don't know what it's like living in the fucking era of call ID and you just all texting anyway, you know? Because you're too afraid to answer the phone, not just make them. A silent phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. The pin. Hello? This is Yukiko, which means, could this phone call possibly really be coming from inside the house? Natsui stopped repeating hello and strained her ears because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? Huh? Is someone breathing? Is someone singing? What do you mean singing? I don't know. Oh, the misery. Faintly from the other end of the phone, I can hear someone singing. I wonder what it could be. Give it here for a sec. Hello? I half forced the receiver from the stunned Aunt Natsui's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first, I didn't hear anything. But, because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed it sounded far away from the receiver rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. And it sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. Okay, is this a warning? Like, come downstairs or I'm gonna kill her? At the very least, the one who made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet, they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call, who was it? Hey, sounds like we made the right decision kicking them all out. Hey, hello? Who is it? Answer me. Is that Maria singing? Answer me. What's happening? What is it? I don't know. All I can say is, this is probably a trap and Maria's in trouble. Aunt Natsui took the receiver again, but after yelling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right. If the phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Aunt Natsu's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect. Let's go. Even if we know it might be a trap, we have to go. Yeah, definitely. Jessica, Aunt Natsui, stay here. When Aniki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Natsui stopped us. Hold it. I cannot let you go alone. I will go too. This is a mistake. Jessica, wait here. What, so I'll be the only one left out? Nice try, but I'm going too. Yeah, it might be better that way. If the goal of that phone call was to split us up further, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave someone to watch this room. There's no time to argue. Let's all go. Aunt Natsui raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a 3-pronged candle stand, good for gouging, and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit the candles were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. Oh. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Yuri Was Taken, for gifting a sub to Chandelier. Thank you, I'm Richard Dude, for the resub as well. Thank you, Snipe Hunter 007. Sai slapped the table. Joe. That is how the letter showed up on the table. Okay, nice. And thank you, I see ya. Beatrice, for the resub. Spooky. Thank you. Then the 4 of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were, doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room. I feel like I didn't have to read that. I listened closely, but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before. Maria-chan said she wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right? Let's try going downstairs. That's right. Let's try there. Everyone, be mindful of your surroundings. In other words, watch out. Yeah! With Aunt Natsui in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of the magic circle, designed to spread discord, had worked. We had split up and furthermore had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now, we were just doing what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Aunt Natsui nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. The rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared. You know, I've been thinking. It wouldn't be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest like in Kanenkun's case, but splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead, like in my parents' case, wouldn't be that easy. You think the culprit had that kind of animal strength? I think they had a hammer. They probably had some kind of weapon, a device that can shoot or pound in those ice picks. Like the thing I made in Liza P. That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by human strength alone. Either way, they have enough force to break through a skull. I heard Cannon's wound reach as far as his lungs. Ugh. If you happen to see your opponent, don't go forwards. You mustn't move away from my back. Just how sinister and frightening was that weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? Has the rifle been fired yet? Does that shoot the ice picks? Is it like custom made? Because that would be fucked up. Or could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all 4 of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were 4 of us, and there were 4 of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George and Nikki, Jessica, and of course Aunt Natsui were stretching their senses to the utmost limit in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step then another. What have we done? This is so tense. Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. It's like when you get out of your little submarine in Subnautica in an area that you haven't been to yet, and it's really deep, and you don't know if you're going to get back in time. You're kind of like, okay, jump out. Quick, 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 get you to eat. Oh shit, back in the submarine. The parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly, Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony and she'd been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that, in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was, but this time no one said even a single word. We hid our breath and the sound of our footsteps, and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Aunt Natsui put her hand on the handle of the doorknob, when George and Nikki stopped her. I'll open the door. Aunt Natsui, Battler-kun, ready your weapons. Understood. You know best, George. Take care. In fact, here, have the rifle. They might attack as soon as we open it. George, Nissan, watch yourself. Is it a recording? Sure. Then I'll open it. Huh? We tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Aunt Natsui took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. The witch? Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. In fact, it was exactly that. We'd been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things had occurred outside that room that had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart. Ugh, it's open. Wow, wow. Thank you, George-kun. Jessica, move behind me. Aunt Natsui, let's jump in at the same time and split up in different directions. If we just stand around after opening the door, those ice picks might fly right through the center. I agree. Ready? I really wish I could say no. Ow, my stomach. Ow, my knee. Ow, my leg. I ready myself. If they're going to be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand. Go! Aunt Natsui and I rammed into the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right and searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. I would like the creepy girl to stop singing! But what our eyes landed upon was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. This place where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood and become an ocean of blood. Oh, where's Dexter? On the floor lay Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with the blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because, that's right, this is how the whole tragedy started. Then who was phone? Their faces, just like our smashed-up parents in the shed. You couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they'd rudely plunged their faces into tomato pot pies, all squished up. Ooh-ah! Shoot Maria! And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh. No! His knee! I used to be a doctor like you, but then I took an ice pick to the knee. That's right, of course it's his knee. In the epitaph, the 6th twilight was the stomach, and the 7th twilight, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasama Bachan's calf, I couldn't help masochistically laughing. Ah, that's right! On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Ah, now even the 8th twilight is over. And the next one, the 9th twilight, what was it again? Maria was there. I want to go to the Taurus. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room, just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver, which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that and Maria, her back to this scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked, with our mouths hanging loosely open. Maria? Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we had found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet, not one of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because that's right. Even if that's crazy, no, it couldn't be. The witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Maria! Stop singing! Are you listening? At some point, Aunt Natsui and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle stand still ready, I ran up to her and forcefully, violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing me to turn around. Oh no. Oh, not the face again! Whoa! Ooh! Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. I don't want to see the face again! And as though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even this gruesome situation, she was just like normal. Maria, what is this? Who did it? Ooh, Bitorichi! Cut that crap. I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart, but Maria's expression didn't change at all. Quit it, Battler-kun. Maria-chan, this time you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed these three. Was the culprit the same Beatrice that gave you the letter? Ooh, Beatrice. Well, in that case, it's certain. There is a 19th person. Beatrice does exist. Then Maria, will you at least tell me this much? How did they kill these three people? What did they use to kill them in such a brutal way? I don't know. How could you not know? I was watching TV. It happened in this room. Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in the scene that you didn't notice? Calm down, Battler-kun. Maria-chan, talk to me, okay? George and Nikki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly. Maria-chan, why were you facing the wall and singing? Because Beatrice told me to. Ooh, Beatrice said to face the wall and keep singing for a long time. Ooh. So did Beatrice come here? Were Genji-san and the rest still alive then? Ooh. Everyone came into the parlor together and sat down. Genji-san made sure to lock the door. It was locked when we got here, but then how did Beatrice get into the parlor? Ooh, Beatrice is a witch, so locks don't matter. She turned into butterflies and came in through the crack in the door. Huh? Calmly joking at a time like this? Like how that happened? What are you saying? You can't believe it? That's why I didn't want to say. No matter how I say it, you won't believe, but Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her miraculous magic. That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether a door is locked or not. And then, after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone? Beatrice talked to us. She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force and she couldn't enter no matter what she did. She told us she'd select 3 sacrifices from the 4 people in the parlor. Everyone said, no way, man. Kumasawa-san kept saying, no way, no way. But Beatrice chose. And when she did, Beatrice said, I'd be fine, because I had the scorpion charm. Why do you think? It's because of the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars, the one Battler used to pray for my safety, the one he put his feelings into, that charm. Paimon thinks it was that charm. Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me and me alone. So she decided to use the other 3 as sacrifices. After that, Beatrice spoke. Come face the wall and sing a song for me. What is this voice? You will sing lots and lots of songs, so no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't hear, you won't hear, you won't know. Come, sing lots of fun songs for me. So I was singing the whole time, over and over, so I didn't hear anything, didn't know anything, and then all of you came. Ooh. Are you asking us to believe that? You think we're stupid? Yes. Then who will you suspect this time? Will you suspect me? You gonna try killing me right here? Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing. Now, the 8th twilight is over, and Beatrice will revive. Are you serious? I've had enough of that talk. As if witches could exist, as if I'd let myself get tricked. I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist. I definitely won't accept it. So I won't let her exist. I won't let her revive. The legend will remain a legend forever. I won't acknowledge something like that. Quit it, Battler. It's not like Maria killed them or let them die. Beatrice came, and Maria had to obey, was unable to resist. Huh? And Natsui. She isn't here. Huh? What? Mom, where did she go? Just now, she left by herself, reading a letter. A letter? That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight. They might have left the letter so they could brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle to the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open. Mom, what's going on? Open up. It was only natural. Natsui had picked up the candle stand, which Battler had thrown at the wall, and which had fallen to the floor, and she had skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs on the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. Eva's ghost smiling in the chat. Yeah, now you're gonna know if the door was open or not while you were gone, because the candlestick will fall to the floor. You learned. I still hate you, but you learned. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly, and it really didn't make a sturdy seal. And it really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsui's ears or not? Time to break some windows, guys. Natsui's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsui threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor, readied her rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was in the entrance hall. I am Ushiromiya Natsui, representative of the Ushiromiya family. Show yourself, Golden Witch Beatrice. The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet black darkness. In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsui gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies. So you have finally shown yourself. I still can't believe that something like you really exists. But that isn't a problem. Both I, who bear the title of representative to the Ushiromiya family, and you, who claim to succeed the headship of the Ushiromiya family, are here right now. At this point, whether you are a witch or not is a trivial matter. Come, let us settle this. Which of us will truly succeed the Ushiromiya family? I, Ushiromiya Natsui, or you, Beatrice? Allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel. Oh! The gold butterfly slowly formed a human shape which walked into the dim light. Natsui readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsui's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. And go! Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through that gap and the door was finally released. Snake? At that time they heard it. They suddenly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once. Mom! Mom! Jessica-chan, you mustn't run off by yourself! Was that the sound of a gun just now? Did Aunt Natsui shoot? At whom? At the culprit? What are these wounds? The noise had come from the entrance hall. The entrance hall looked like a stage. Like the heroine of a tragedy, on the ground and bathed in light, arrayed in the beauty of that silence, Aunt Natsui lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsui, and on Aunt Natsui's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one string. Oh, you know what we didn't do? I'm sorry. I don't know if some people chat said it or I just like completely missed it. Servant Kumasawa found in the parlor. Her calf had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and her face had been smashed. At the 8th twilight, gouged the leg and kill. Rip Nanjo. Found in the parlor, his thigh had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and his face had been smashed. At the 7th twilight, gouged the knee and kill. Oh man. No one's gonna be in episode 2. Who else is dead? Genji. Found in the parlor, he had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his stomach, and his face had been smashed. At the sixth twilight, gouged the stomach and kill. Found shot to death in front of the witch's portrait. How impudent of her to challenge a witch with nothing but a mere gun. Of course she'd end up like this. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Netsui still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why? I think Beatrice knows how to fucking perfect parry. Just right back at her head. Mom. Yeah! I don't get it. Why did Aunt Natsui run away alone? Didn't use the talisman though afterward, based. And why did she shoot through her own forehead? Miya-chan, Aunt Natsui left the room after reading a letter, right? There's no letter here. Damn it, what did Aunt Natsui read? And why was she lured out here? I don't know. Who cares about that? What the hell? Why did she kill herself? Why did she leave me all alone? Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Natsui's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. George and Nikki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. Still can't believe he's single, though. And only Maria was completely different. So is this all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. And on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. With this, everything is over, Beatrice. Congratulations. So lead me to the Golden Land you told me of, right now. Gotta get rid of the charm, bud. There, all the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So, in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened. Stop it. What's so fun? What's to be congratulated? There were 18 people on this island, 14 are dead, only 4 of us are left. I'm definitely not gonna die. Until the night is over, no, until the typhoon passes and the seagulls gather again at the harbor, I'm definitely not gonna die. I'll stay alive no matter what. Give it up, Battler. Guns are useless against witches. Survival and all that stuff doesn't matter because it's over. The journey has already ended. See? Look at the clock. Huh? The clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon, it would be 12 at night. In other words, 24 at night. When you think about it, isn't 24 a strange time? It can be called 2400 hours. It can also be called 0. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day, and at the same time, it's hour 0 as the next day begins. Beatrice! Maria suddenly called out happily and ran toward the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness, and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George and Nikki stood there confused, I looked down at the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. Is he gonna kill everyone? The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction, and the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. You've got to be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist. Because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around. Didn't I tell you it was meaningless? Mere lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice. Humans are so stupid, aren't they? Pull the fucking trigger, Battler. Let's go. I won't accept the existence of witches. Who are you? Just try moving one step. Just try moving one finger. I'll blast you away. Giggle E, giggle E, giggle E, giggle E, giggle E. Cackle E, cackle E, cackle E, cackle E, cackle E. Oh, lots of laughing. How are we feeling about this chandelier? As the witch, no, the witch is laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was 2400. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when the time ran out had already been revealed. Battler, George Nichan, and Jessica, the journey has ended, and the witch has revived. See? And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. The fact that they're not showing her is so effective. Holy shit. Oh, damn. It is time for break. As soon as I have control of the not a game, we will do it. The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children, who were thought to have survived until the very end, were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even in the children, seemed hopelessly dim. Well, this was a good story. Just how... Can I hit escape right now? Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land. They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over, and the best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. No? Okay, however, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to be spread. Then, many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted on the waves to the pier of a neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled up notebook fragment, written upon in cramped small letters. Written there was this tale. Through this notebook fragment, so people will finally learn the truth. The mysterious and riddle-filled 2-day period that started on October 4th, 1986. This incident was later called by many names, such as the Rock and Demon mass murders, the 18 killed the Rock and Demon through the Delante sort of from around the world, and as the witch legend of the serial killers lovers of the occult claim that it was the result of an immortal ceremony that had been sealed off the island, and those 2 mysterious days were savagely embellished with many different interpretations. The story began to spread far and wide. However, not one of these interpretations supports the truth. Furthermore, while the notebook fragment describes the it does have gameplay. The mysterious incident, it does not reveal the truth of what happened there, or perhaps even the writer didn't know what the truth was. Lol. According to the writer, her name was Ushiromiya Maria. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. What? It was one of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to dental records. At the gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified as belonging to any specific person, so it's probably fair to say that this jaw was an extremely fortunate find. Because of this jaw had been separated from its body, the police judged her chances of survival to be hopelessly dim, even though one of the body parts were found or at least identified. And so, let us conclude this tale with the final section of the notebook fragment that Ushiromiya Maria left behind. By the time you have read this, I will probably be dead, although there may or may not be a corpse. You who have read this, please find out the truth. That's my only wish. Ushiromiya Maria. To this day, the truth of the witch legend serial murders has not been brought to light. Well, that's the end of my story. First game, Legend of the Witch result. What? Died on first twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Land, and offered up as sacrifice. Okay, I don't think I need to read these, right? This is a recap of the Okay, are we just in Big Shell? What the fuck is going on? Knee gouged by the stake of Belphegor, stake of Satan, leg gouged by the stake of Leviathan. Finally opens the door, revived on the night twilight, finally opens the door to the Golden Land. Ushiromiya Netsui died on the night twilight. Ushiromiya George, missing on the 10th twilight, after he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Land. Jessica, after she acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated herself, the witch invited her to the Golden Land. After she acknowledged the witch, prostrated the witch to the Golden Land. Battler died on the 10th twilight. Will the witch invite this man who denied her existence to the Golden Land. The witch will praise the wise and should but so fortunate of the Golden Land the dead will be lost after a large amount of the gold they might have desired or would have been out of the grass. George chose his lost fiancée. Jessica chose the boy she had liked and lost. Mira chose the lost love of her mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Time ran out. Yay! Ran out before even one of the 18 people could solve the riddle of gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. And restart and try again, Lamayo? What the fuck is going on? Nah, cause you didn't win? Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. GG no re? Edition of what the fuck in the devil may cry is this? The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features in the title screen. You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Rockinjima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. Okay, so I have to go to the tea party. Okay, can I go back, please? How do I go back? Okay, right click. All right, tea party, more like pee party. Be right back. Be back in 5. So the seagulls cawing on the main menu just took on like a completely different significance, huh? Joe, your microphone collapsed? What? What happened? Oh no, I'm eating on stream. I'm sorry. What do you think of ending? What I think is, look at poor innocent Joe from stream 2 thinking that there was gonna be fucking like 12 deaths spaced out over 140 hours of 8 episodes of Umineko instead of like what just happened. Holy shit. The pacing. Okay, not gonna finish that right now. All right, yeah, all right. Let's continue. But first, thank you, Yuri was taken for gifting a sub to Sir Bagel, and then also a 20 gift sub follow up right after that. Thank you very much. Yuri was taken. Thank you, Perar Alexander for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Luna the Weird Boy for the resub. Miss the Parry, Sag. Thank you, Blue Sistar for gifting us up. Con5654 for the bits and also for the gift subs earlier and the streams before. Today's stream has been wonderful. Congrats on finishing Umineko. Can't wait for Persona Saturday since we're all finished here. Oh! Unknowing Persona fans cheering in the chat. So hold on. This game, this not a game is so long that this isn't even all of it. There's extra bullshit. Okay, fucking awesome. Okay. Thank you, Zorgrox, for the bits. I'll just say be careful about asking clarifying questions and chat posing leading questions. I imagine both are fine, but I'm just paranoid. Ha ha ha. Smile. Thank you, Snipe Hunter 007 for the bits. Does this mean Persona 3 has better pacing since we are still in the prologue? Oh you. I mean, we're still in the prologue in Persona 3. Thank you, Walzrig, for the new sub. Welcome, Walzrig. And thank you, P. Mastropolito, for the resub. A name that I always think I'm not going to pronounce properly, and then I somehow kind of get close to it, surprisingly. 4 years in the year of 3s? Life is simply unfair. Alright, here we go. Tea party. You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Rockinjima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. What the Sorry, 1 second. There you go. Okay, sorry. Okay, let's go. Purgatorio. Oh, let's build a factory.
Oh, mina. Umineko no naku koro ni otsukare-san.
I hope this is good, because if this is good, I'm gonna love this. I hope this is good. Alright, here we go. Hey everyone, congrats on finishing Umineko Naku Koro ni. Man, I still didn't have a clue what was going on when the story ended. I don't know who we're fighting. So, just what happened? Was that basically the bad ending where time runs out before the culprit gets exposed? Ooh, definitely a bad ending. Ooh. That's right. Beatrice's letter, which Maria-chan read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. We were all so busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it. That's all. Shannon's back! That's right. If we had actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently. And also the chandelier's back. I wonder about that. Shen, you did a good job too. You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea. After all, this is a rap party. As a group of people who met a horrible fate, let's all get along and lick each other's wounds. Lick, lick, lick! What are these Speaking of a horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down, doesn't she? She was such a beautiful character, so I thought she'd definitely survive until the very end. But she was killed right in the beginning, and on top of that, what was it? Half her face was smashed, right? That's the worst. Yeah, this half right here, senpai. That was my role, so there was no way around it. Nissan, it's nothing for you to worry about. Also, I was stabbed right here. Judging by the last epilogue, even Milady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic end. It seems so. I think I remember seeing this horrible picture, kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered. Speaking of which, don't you think Cannon's last moments were the coolest? Even though he had the tables turned on him, it was a showdown with the culprit, right? When's Greg gonna show up? It's a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments, right? Though in the end, I was unable to get a solid hit in. Still, I think Cannon-kun's death was a big hint. After all, because of that, the existence of the 19th person was made clear. That's right. At that time, everyone's location was obvious, so it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Cannon. Ooh, I said it was Beatrice from the beginning, over and over. Ooh, yeah, you did, Maria. I don't want to believe it, but that does prove the culprit was a witch calling herself Beatrice. Maybe? That's right. There were many strange things that happened that a human couldn't do. Oh, only a witch could do things like murdering Aunt Eva in that closed room. A human couldn't do it. Ooh. Not only is the existence of a 19th person clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine. We're gonna just turn to Beatrice sitting there with the tea, being like, yeah, you know what? I'm glad you finally get it. In that case, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice. We probably met at the very end. Met with the Golden Witch. Like it kept saying, Beatrice exists. It all went bad because no one ever believed. Ooh. Even one of her witch friends says that miracles won't occur if you don't believe. Ooh. That's right. Beatrice-sama is generous to those who respect her. It seems to me that Maria-sama was never a target of Beatrice-sama's wrath up until the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after another. Well, Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning. So did Kinzo, but if that's the case, how do you explain why you and the rest were all killed? You guys believed in Beatrice just as much, right? Only because we were ordered to. Beatrice-sama probably had her reasons. I don't even know who we're fighting. What? If the song of the epitaph represented Beatrice-sama's resurrection ceremony, many sacrifices were needed. He simply must have been designated to be one of those. Shannon-chan, you met a horrible end. At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty. Well, it's not like it hurt. Anyway, right now, I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry. After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling. Well, it feels a bit weird saying this, but I was sure the story would fit into the standard mystery genre. I'm a bit surprised to find out that it's a fantasy. After all, a Western mansion shut away from the outside world on an isolated island with an inheritance problem on everyone's mind, it sounds just like a typical mystery novel to me. Ooh, it's not fantasy. Beatrice exists. Ooh. Yes, we understand. Let's get you to bed. Beatrice-sama does exist. That's right. Beatrice-sama does exist. And then Beatrice, that's right, Beatrice-sama does exist. I hate to admit it, but I've got no choice, because it's obvious that the 19th person, a witch, was involved. Many things happened that it'd be impossible for humans. During the story, we tried to deny that in all sorts of ways. Let's spin the T-board, but now I can say it for sure. Each crime, every single one, would have been impossible for a human. They'd be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using all of the power magic could provide. The culprit was a witch. That point's perfectly clear. Long live Beatrice. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, everyone believed. I'm so glad. Ooh. Twang. Gods and witches might seem terrifying to people who are frightened of them, but I think they must be affectionate to those who believe in and respect them. I think you're right. So this murder case game is finally over. Now it's time to pull ourselves together and try hard to solve the riddle of the epitaph, just like Beatrice said, right? What? Ew, I agree. Beatrice will definitely be happy. Everyone ignored that letter during the story. Even though it was thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it. I kind of feel sorry for Beatrice-sama. I got the epitaph written down right here. Let's all solve it. Let's all solve it together. This story probably went wrong ever since that time. What if we could just more back to it and do it differently? That may be so. Maybe we should have tried solving the epitaph's riddle from the beginning, like Beatrice said. Well, it's a little late now. Are we gonna have to do the airport and the boat a fucking third time? Fucking, oh no, fucking making your waitress pick up the fucking spoon. Who the fuck would do that? Like, alright, fucking, it's a little late now. Even so, let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives us. Let's go and try to solve this riddle of the epitaph. It was something like, behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. Maria put her notebook on the table and opened the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Can I hit escape here? Yeah? Is that fun? Okay. Ushirumi and Jessica missing. Oh. What? Even though she was given a precious invitation to the Golden Land, a single fool refused to believe in the witch, and all the magic disappeared. She was then shot to bits by demons and went to hell. What the? What? Even though everyone was getting along so well after being reunited in the Golden Land, all of the magic came to nothing because of a certain hard-headed fool. Afterwards, the demons chewed him to the bone, and he went to hell. Missing. The fool made the world where everyone could be happy all come to nothing. Though Beatrice is extremely angry, she also seems to be enjoying herself immensely. It's almost as though she waited 1,000 years to get her hands on a toy as fun as this one. Hopefully even this fool will be able to see you before too long. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily. Hold on a second, you guys. Maybe there wasn't a witch. God damn it, Battler. But Battler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all this fun? I've been listening to you guys for a while, but why did you all stop thinking? Why are you so sure that the witch was behind all this? Don't you realize something like that can't exist? Ooh, ooh. With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. Oh! George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon, and Maria. All of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well. Because, isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human? That's right, that's right. None of the cases would have been possible for a human. That's true. After all, wasn't it full of things that humans couldn't explain? I don't understand what you're saying, Battler-sama. I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes? There's no way something like a witch exists, right? Then, what about when I was killed in the storehouse and something horrible was done to half my face? She's got a point! If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it? That's... well, it's hard to imagine how they did something that awful. But that was the Rose Garden storehouse, right? I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in there. Let's say they used some electrical tools like a grinder or an electric saw. That's... Then Battler, how do you explain Grandfather's disappearance from the study when it was a closed room? Even though the door was sealed, Grandfather just suddenly disappeared, right? Under the bed with dominoes. We talked about during the story too. It's not impossible that Grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt. It's also possible that he went out the window, fell down, and at Natsui locked the window from the inside. I could think of a bunch of tricks you could use without relying on magic. That makes sense, but In that case, Battler-kun, how do you explain the way my parents were killed in the guest room? The door was sealed by the lock and chain. Naturally, the window was sealed too. Well, Eva killed Hideyoshi and then killed herself, or someone had like this special contraption that would go in and make the chain be locked from the outside or some shit. Who knows? How do you think a human could have killed my parents? Magnets! Well, we did have to leave that trick alone during the story. Anyway, there's at least a good chance the culprit had a key, and it was possible to look in through the crack of the door that the chain allowed. I know this is a stretch, but it's possible some device was used through that crack. Like, maybe they stuck something through it. Like a gun. Well, maybe even though a door chain is incredibly simple, it's a big factor in setting up a closed room. Still, there's probably some closed room trick they could have used. If you bought some closed room mystery novels from the bookstore, you could probably find some trick that fit perfectly. Yeah, I have actually seen a closed room mystery on a TV show where they had this really elaborate kind of like spring-loaded contraption that they could fit through, and it like would reach up and go through, and then it would get disconnected and you can pull it through afterwards. Yeah, they exist. Anyway, I can't think of one now, but I claim there's nothing that humans can't do if they try hard enough. Isn't that argument horribly irrational? It's just ridiculous to claim that it's possible for a human to do something even though you can't explain how. Yeah, it must just be a witch, Lamayo! Why is that ridiculous? Why did all of you stop thinking? Even something that looks impossible has to be doable. Doesn't it always work like that? Okay, Jonathan Creek. Battler, you're the one being ridiculous. If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how. You can't, can you? And you're okay with saying that the culprit is a witch just because I can't explain it? With that argument, all the unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch is the culprit. It was a witch. Battler, you're sidestepping the issue, and you aren't explaining anything. We're saying a human couldn't have done it. Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't human, and that something is a witch. Yet you keep arbitrarily deciding that witches are impossible even though you can't explain anything. It's almost like humanity was during the Dark Ages, like those fools who claimed the heavens spun around the earth. Those who said the earth couldn't be spinning even though they couldn't explain why. That kind of argument pisses me. Yeah, me too, actually. Yeah, this is that kind of pisses me off. So this is basically what you're trying to say. If I can't explain how a human could do it, then I must accept that the culprit is a witch? It's not like we're forcing you to go that far. We were just wondering on what basis you can say such nonsense. Nonsense? Hey, have I really been saying something that weird just now? Am I the one who's crazy? You guys are really starting to freak me out. Battler-sama, when I died in the boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist. Are you sure, though? Can you explain how a human could have done that? At that time, the locations of the 18 were well known. Even so, I was killed. We talked about that in the story as well, right? There was a gas canister that was like that Kinzo put between his thighs after he did a bunch of squats to make his thighs really strong, and they put like one of those demon stakes like on it, like pointed at the door, and then when he heated up enough in the fucking furnace chamber, it exploded and just propelled the fucking stake through the air right into his chest. There we go. See, now I have an answer. It's not a witch. Kumasama-chan, for example, she said she followed right after you and headed down to the boiler room, but we can't know for sure whether that was a lie or not. For all we know, she might have entered the boiler room with you and caught you by surprise. Or maybe when you stepped into the boiler room, you activated some kind of trap, one that had been set up to hit you with one of those ice picks. Yeah, exactly. After all, the stink of grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator. Someone was bound to go and check, so if the culprit just set up a trap beforehand, they could easily have stayed away from that place and used the time of Kaneda-kun's death to create an alibi. It's true, yeah. You talk about a trap in the boiler room, but what kind of trap could that be? That's right. Following his death, everyone immediately ran over to the boiler room, but we didn't find any kind of weird device, did we? That is correct. Battler-sama, what kind of trap could I have been killed with? Okay, for the love of God, please don't do a fucking gas canister in the fucking furnace, in the boiler with the stain. Please, for the love of God. Well, I don't know that, but anyway, they must have used some kind of clever trap, or maybe someone's lying. Or what about this, Ken-kun? What if the whole thing was just you play acting? Yeah, that's it. You were play acting. You killed yourself. Auntie Eva, and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play acting. They made the closed room themselves and were only pretending to be dead. Battler, has your head been feeling okay? Should I bring some cold drinks? Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something that crazy, right? I'm just pointing out some possibilities you might find if you think it's all a trick. Look, isn't it a pretty classic trick in mystery novels to have one of the victims just be playing dead? Oh! Who in the shed was playing dead with red on their head so they could go make others dead? A classic trick? In other words, when Cannon-kun was killed, we knew for sure where all the rest of us were. And let's assume that Kumasawa Bachan wasn't lying. But that's only counting the survivors. What if the culprit pretended to be dead and joined a group of real victims so we'd lose track of them and then acted on their own later? Everything would be explained. It's all Kinzo, but pretending to be asleep under the bed. Pretending to be dead in the shed. Pretending to be burned in the boiler. Pretending to be Beatrice in a wig. Oops, all Kinzo. Huh? So are you trying to say that Aunt Eva or one of the others was the culprit? But didn't Dr. Nanjo confirm all their deaths as a doctor? He's in on it! That's right, bought and paid for. Dr. Nanjo checked all the victims. Bato-sama, for your theory to work, wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have to be one of the culprits too? Yeah, that's right. Once you consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been one of the culprits and faked the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. See, that's also a classic trick in mystery novels, isn't it? But Dr. Nanjo was also killed, right? About that. A betrayal! That's right, Dr. Nanjo faked his death. After all, there wasn't anyone except Dr. Nanjo who could examine... We're gonna go through this like 5 times, and we're gonna be on the 5th fucking tea house segment, and they're just gonna... It's gonna load in with them like just sitting around staring at Battler going, alright, Battler, what kind of fucking bullshit are you gonna say this time? just oh man, we saw the moon start to bleed in the sky, and then there's a fucking like huge meteorite came down with a chunk of the moon's face on it, and it blasted the mansion. There could have been fucking Russian fucking interference. Like, who knows? I mean, prove that they didn't send a bunch of red paint to the moon. Like, you don't fucking know. That's right. Nanjo faked his death. After all, there wasn't anyone except Nanjo who could have examined the corpses properly, and everyone was really confused then anyway. We didn't have any spare time to check and see if he still had a pulse. With this theory, any one of the dead people could have been walking around. I think it would have been hard for the 6 of us who died in the beginning to do that. After all, the shutter was closed and there was a padlock that couldn't have been opened from the inside. That's right! Mom was holding on to that key. So, was Mom one of the culprits too? Wait a sec, maybe it was impossible for the first 6, but in the case of Aniki's parents, the door was only locked on the outside, so they could have opened it from the inside. That's right, after we left the room, maybe they jumped out the window and got to the boiler room first. Is that too much of a stretch? Or maybe Dr. Nanjo made a mistake when examining the corpses. Look, he said it himself, right? He said there's a very high probability of making a mistake when examining corpses. If you disguised it well enough or prepared a substitute body, you could fake your own death. Let's leave the method or trick they use for later, and you see, it's not that hard to deny a 19th person existed, right? Much less a witch, right? At least that much is completely impossible. I don't know why you've been trying so stubbornly to say that one of us is the culprit. In other words, you want to suspect one of your relatives? That's not it. It's just, I can't easily accept that a 19th person existed, and even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from the point of view that the culprit was a human. I'll only accept that it's a witch in desperation, at the very end, after everything else has been disproved. There's no way witches exist, right? Why has everyone been casually accepting that the culprit was a witch? I think it's great how your family love makes you hate the thought that someone close to you is a murderer. But is it okay to let that fool you? Don't you want to find the detestable culprit who killed so many people? Aniki, don't you want to avenge your parents? Jessica, don't you want to avenge Cannon-kun? And Cannon-kun, don't you want to avenge Shannon-chan? What a line! Hey, don't you want to avenge the dead person? And dead person, don't you want to avenge the other dead person? Shannon-chan, you should at least want to know who it was that killed you. Why has everyone totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch? What's wrong with all of you? The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake. I'm shocked. All I see is you repeating this nonsense, thinking you figured something out, Battler. So, what's next? How would a human do it? In practical terms, I mean. I imagine you'll say, I just can't think of anything now, or with some kind of device, using abstract words to run away and evade the topic. What I really want to know, Battler, is this. Why don't you believe in Beatrice? She exists, so why don't you believe? Because she doesn't exist. Witches don't exist. There's no way. It was almost like a spoiled child who just didn't want to accept something. The pitying gazes quietly closed around Battler, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart. He's not stubborn, he's right. You realize that you're acting just like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum, right? Battler-sama, I understand your feelings, but Beatrice does exist. Battler-kun, why don't you believe? Is it just 12 angry weeps? Like, they can't move on until there's consensus, and he just keeps stopping the consensus from happening, even though there's so much proof. I don't accept the argument that the witch must have been behind everything just because I can't explain. Does this mean that if you don't know how a light bulb shines, then magic is the cause? That's wrong, isn't it? There's nothing that can't be explained without magic. All this about witches and magic is just an abdication of thought. That's a good word. You just surrendered and gave up because you don't understand what happened. Isn't that right? Well, unsurprisingly, it looks like you alone won't believe no matter what, Battler. Even if even a single person doesn't believe, the miracle won't occur. So, if you don't rethink your ignorant theories, the miracle, the magic won't be completed. Now I see. I finally figured it out. So, in other words, you guys are trying to force me to say the witch exists, right? A lie that everyone accepts becomes the truth. Is that what this is all about? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I keep going on about this, but what you're doing is useless. All useless. I refuse. Is this subtext? Yo, you guys are all pressing me, and that's why it's all useless. Why? Sorry, but why don't you let me spin the chessboard around one last time? If you want to force me to accept that there's a witch, there's a really easy way. And it's not the indirect way of saying, it must be a witch because humans couldn't have done it. All you have to do is show me a witch doing it with magic. Furthermore, what Maria said earlier is what'll really dig her grave. You said that if even one person doesn't believe, a miracle won't occur. But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not. Even if I alone don't believe, so any miracles or magic or witches that exist only because I believe in them are downright lies. Ooh? Don't do the face again. Don't do the face again. The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, and at Shannon and Cannon and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent. Beatrice? Oh no, she's hot. Oh no, how amusing. I haven't met such a charming human for quite some time. What are these? Who are you? Don't you even know the host of the tea party you were invited to? How amusing indeed. Cackle-e, cackle-e. This is Beatrice-sama, the golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. It is an honor to be graced with your presence, Beatrice-sama. Please forget Battler-kun's ranting. This guy's just stubborn, and he still doesn't understand the situation he's in. Cackle, cackle, cackle. What a treat this is. Most witches get tired of living after the first 1,000 years. How nice it is to meet a man with a backbone such as yourself every once in a while. It is quite an honor to be present when Beatrice shows herself, Battler. She respects it? How astonishing. Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a witch, that a 19 person is the culprit, that you would go and find some super hot model and make her cosplay as the witch just to prove me wrong, to own the libs? Like, what is this starting to get interesting? And this is starting to get interesting, and it's all useless. You must be the illusion that Maria and the others call the witch Beatrice. And you'll only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it. You have that kind of half-existence, right? That's why you want to make me believe too. You can't exist because I alone don't believe in you. Isn't that right? Your powers of comprehension aren't bad for a mere commoner who knows nothing of magic. Yes, it seems you were born with a strong magic-resisting power. You're a natural enemy of us witches. No matter how much we turn your world upside down, you never believe in us. Therefore, the magic won't succeed. I accept that attitude of yours. Cackle, cackle. I've got no clue what you're saying. It's very kind of you to go to all the trouble of showing yourself to us, but I don't believe you exist in the slightest. Who are you talking to then, bud? It's true that many strange things happened during those 2 days. Like Maria said earlier, even though I think all the tricks could be explained, I still can't lay out the practical details of each one. However, that doesn't mean I'll surrender. Yeah, she's blonde here for sure. Yeah, this is blonde. Yeah, I'm different from the rest of them. Got it? I'll never accept that it was the work of a witch just because I can't explain it. This keeps getting more amusing. Making you surrender will be worth my while. You're just the kind of man I'd like to force into praising my name. So she's into brats. I'd love to try making a man like you kiss my toes. Cackle, cackle, cackle. If you want to talk nonsense, talk all you want. I deny you exist. All of the events can be explained with human tricks. There's no room for even a speck of magic or witches. Wonderful. What a perfect way to divert oneself from 1,000 years of boredom. Then let me ask you. A short while ago you said that using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Eva and Hideyoshi, right? Explain how they could have been killed using some human trick. Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are you? Okay. Well, have you played the game called shit? Painkiller? Alright, yeah. So Beatrice is a game called Painkiller, okay? And it had a steak launcher in it. So does that mean this is the trick you're proudest of? Miss Real Culprit? With a shake of her golden pipe, multicolored smoke trailed out of the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. This is fantastic. I'm really enjoying this. How bad is episode 2 that people think I'm gonna drop it after this? How bad? The door in front of them, slightly open but secured by the chain, was... That's right, it's the door to the room where Eva and Hideyoshi were killed. Nice trick. Very well. Show me what you would do through this small crack, Battler. They probably had some device to shoot those ice picks. If they used that, how would they reach Eva over on the bed when you can't see that far through the crack? How would they... Wasn't the crack mentioned in, like, preemptively in the thing? What the fuck? The Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans, and like demons will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans to offer her power in exchange for a price. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. You can't see them, so you can't reach them. Hey, how could a human possibly kill them? Like, just preempting it. Holy shit. And how would they reach Hideyoshi in the bathroom with the door shut? Rocket-powered stakes? Damn, there's a crack. There should be some way. Cackle, cackle. If you can't think of one, allow me. Oh, how would a witch do it? Come on, let's see your little trick. Battler, you're being rude to Beatrice. Shut up, mommy's talking? How nice, how nice. What a charming man. That will make it even more fun to force him into submission. Heh, you really want to make me kiss your toes that much? Only if I surrender. But watch, I'll definitely expose this trick, and then I'll make you kiss my ass instead. Cackle. What a delightful man. I'll remember that promise. Kinzo crying in the chat. Weak witches kiss the behinds of demons to gain power, because there's no more humiliating oath. Just being told that makes me want to force you into surrender. Cackle, cackle. Paying no mind to Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right, the golden pipe was her precious magic cane. Come, arise, children. I am the guide of purgatory. Forgive the deadly sins and hold the 7 stakes. Guided by those magic words, which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people. Beelzebub and Asmodeus, come, forgive the sins. Release the spirits of the sinners. What? The pics of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The 2 stakes of the demons were sucked in through the crack of the door, like billiard balls struck by the accused. Yeah, see, you didn't need to have magic to walk through the door to kill them. You just needed using magic to shoot the stakes out with homing magic. See, totally could have been a human. Then several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker. At the end, a pleasant sound could be heard. Wahaha! It was a small, satisfying sound, like one heard when someone is chopping firewood and the falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of the two picks burying themselves deep into Eva's and Hideyoshi's foreheads. Right down the middle. Want to see? They definitely heard 2 sounds, like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see it since he was on the other side of the door, but those 2 had died again, and this second time they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain last time, with the exact same blood spray as before. You moron. That's insane. You think you can just kill them like that? I can kill them. I can kill them just like this. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Satan's stake was buried deep into Cannon's chest. Quick, believe! It's the only way! Quick! Cannon-kun. No, Lamayo! Damn it! Battler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher. Cannon was captivated by a trifling anger and tried to disturb my banquet. Being easily captivated by anger is your deadly sin. Cleanse yourself, repent, and do it over. At Rice? Sama... Beatrice-sama, please forgive him. I think Cannon-kun has repented enough. Wonderful. I am generous to those who respect me. Cackle, cackle. Don't screw with me. But you flirt with those that don't? Do you think I'll accept your existence because of this cheap act? Like, hell, you're a 1,000-year-old witch. Prove it. Prove you're not a witch. Your tricks aren't 1,000 years old. They're just the sum of a century of classic tricks from the mystery genre. There's no such thing as magic. Definitely not. All of the crimes can be explained with human tricks. Cackle, cackle. You would explain my 1,000 years with 100 years of humans? Good, good. That's why I like you. Foolish Battler. Cut it out, Battler-kun. You can't. Go against the witch. Oh no! Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache. But apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing against her cheek and drops of sweat appeared all over her body. Shannon. Hang in there, hang in there. What's going on? Damn it, what the hell is that stuff? Do you think Kinzo has false teeth? Do you think he took them out to blend in with all the toothless corpses in the shed? Just gumming it in there? Damn it, what the hell is that red stuff? It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then the stupid dunce Battler finally realized. Please, Battler-kun, please believe in Beatrice, I beg you. Ah, because you won't believe. Because you won't believe. The magic is dissolving! Junko Enoshima, for the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again. Ooh-ah, Shannon! Ooh-ah! Damn it! Stop it! Don't humiliate the dead! This time the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud It's like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. Prove that it's not a series of tiny little nano bombs that you injected with a syringe before I got here into Shannon's face that have just hit the timer now and are making it look like you carved her face in half with the spell. It spread out and extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified as he frantically thought with his pitifully clumsy imagination about the nature of the strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well. Gah. Ack. Heh. Stop it, stop it, stop it. What did Nikki do? What did Jessica do? Just stop it. But, Battler. Quick, believe in an inhaler. Don't let the witch break your spirit. Oh, she's with us. Deny her. Erase her. As long as at least one person denies her. She's an illusion that can't exist. Are you okay, Jessica? What, Nikki? George was no longer recognizable as a human. He looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good, delicious meat had been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that even resembled the human was the shape of his lower jaw and his rib cage, and yet I still can't believe he's still single. It was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate. Ooh, Battler, quickly believe in Beatrice. If you don't, everyone's magic will dissolve. Maria, it's all over your body too. I revive all the dead with my magic, but as long as you don't believe, that magic will hold no true power. Cackle, cackle, cackle. But I'm sure that a man like yourself won't surrender to something like this, right? Battler, we didn't want to doubt our friends. We refused to face reality. And now we don't have faces, and gave in to the witch. But, Battler, you won't give in to the witch. Jessica. Gah! Poor Jessica at the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up, it was impossible to tell them apart. Battler, don't cry. Beatrice will restore the dead over and over, so there's nothing to be sad about. So, even if we die, we're still just fine. The redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. The foolish Battler watched and screamed. Foolish fool. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. A witch? Magic? I'll risk my body and soul to deny you. No matter what happens, I can't accept you. Now that you've gone so far to piss me off, I'll never forgive you. I won't forgive. I definitely won't forgive you. You'll regret making me, Ushiriya Battler, your enemy. I'll deny you no matter what. No matter how baffling things get. What is this music? It can all be explained by humans. I'll erase every cell of you from this world. Well said. Battler, was it? That's just the thing to divert me from my 1,000 years of boredom. Come, explain. Try explaining it all with human tricks, and learn how lowly humans are. Let's see what humanity has built up in 100 years. Let's see if what humanity has built up in 100 years can oppose my 1,000 years. That's what will make forcing you to submit so pleasant. So tell me, you who call yourself Battler, what about Maria's letter? How were the 6 killed? The shutter? The recipient's seal? The closed room with the chain? Cannon in the boiler room? Genji and the others in the lounge? Natsui's suicide? The riddle of the epitaph? The location of the hidden gold? What are these, clues? Yes, Battler, why don't you show me the power of humans? Seek a way out? So, what? Back in Somnium Files? How many endings does this have? Bifu? Welcome to Rockin' Tea Party. Can I press the button here, or do we watch it? Ooh. No. They have no idea that you were the 19th person in The Witch, Mr. President. Oh, shit! Time for another part of the menu. Addition of new elements. Question has been added. You can find this new feature on the title. Are you fucking kidding me? We're gonna use all the space. Welcome to the tea party of those who are not human. Thank you, Sound of Rain, for the resub with the message, the ultimate plot twist of Umineko. It is, weirdly, a game. It might be a game. Thank you, Blank Mitten, for the new sub as well. Welcome. Thank you for the bits, Snipe Hunter 007. Joe, oh my god, this is you versus chat during Silent Hill 2. Oh, we don't have to talk about Silent Hill 2, okay? We don't have to talk about Silent Hill 2. Thank you, The Big Lizard, for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Chube T, for gifting the sub to Valu111. Thank you, Inu Oblivion, for the bits. Bitarichi is an original baddie. Is and original baddie. It tracks. Thank you, XYZ27326 for the bits. Hey Joe, I highly recommend that you take a look at some of the important manga panels. They will enhance your experience and make some scenes hit harder. Like the Storehouse of the Tea Party. You should read the manga. Additionally, you could create a tier list of all Umineko chatters after each episode. It would be perfect. It's just oops, all Umineko. All Umineko. Chat hates you, XYZ. I'm sorry. You're gonna get banned in a second. I'm sorry. Oh my god. The belief is strong. Bunch of giant emotes in the chat. Thank you. Thank you, Point of View Man, for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Silit23 for the new sub as well. Welcome. Top Law used some bits to say we have come a long way from Joe and Greg Yawai. Closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become. Thank you, Blacklight, for gifting a sub to Blonde Witch. Thank you very much. Thank you, BPD Bochi, for the new sub as well. Welcome. And thank you, Hello Mouse, for gifting a sub to Got Your Ass. Yep. Alright, what sort of black tea shall I prepare next? What are these, brews? Allow me to display every refined tea that ever was and ever shall be. Who the fuck is this? Dried plum black tea. The kind that goes for 200 yen a pack. Cackle. For 1,000 years I have been fond of black tea, but I did not know of such a thing. What? Execute? Resurrect? I will never tire of living in this world. Bito, you don't have to display such hostility. I am just a wandering witch. I didn't come with the intention of violating the rules of your territory. Cackle, cackle, hostility, I bear nothing of the sort. I am just terribly concerned with seeing to it that the legendary witch, Lady Berncastle, is well attended to. You misunderstand. I am powerless. Before a witch such as you, who possesses the dreadful power to kill an individual 100 times, I am completely powerless. That a powerless lady witch like you possesses a power that none can approach is what is truly terrifying. After all, that great witch, Lady Lambda Delta, was dethroned by you alone. I only won an endurance contest. She simply got tired. That is not what Lady Lambda Delta said, though. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Too much humility can be unseemly, Lady Berncastle. Oh my god, I was wrong. It was Weeb all along. That girl has a dreadful power. The power to kill an individual without fail. Oh, yeah, sorry, hold on. Yeah. However, without fail, it doesn't exist in this world. No matter how many times you divide one, you can never reach 0. That girl has the power to bring the odds of failure down to almost exactly 0, the power to give rise to almost perfect certainty. I hope I never have to fight such a terrifying witch again. However, you have the power to cause success without fail, as long as the odds are not 0. Though you say without fail doesn't exist in this world, you possess an infallible power yourself. This is a cool power. How very terrifying, cackle, cackle. The power to kill an individual endlessly. I think you're the more terrifying one. You jest. From your point of view, mine is but a trifling power. This is most certainly what one would call empty praise. Call it flattery to make up for the cost of staying here. I am a fleeing traveler who crosses the fragments, continually running from boredom. I simply came around because I heard you'd started something interesting. Have no doubts that I will choose to leave as soon as you are no longer interesting. Cackle, cackle. Who's believing in you, Beatrice? I, Beatrice, am deeply and humbly delighted to have the great Lady Berncastle as an observer. Cackle, cackle. And so, your impressions? 17 out of 18 ain't bad. Lam Delta is terrifying because of her cruelty, but she's a girl I can understand. You do seem to be capable of affection, but I can't understand you at all. That makes you much more terrifying than her. Cackle, cackle, cackle. I am fickle by nature. Do forgive me. Besides, I believe you also enjoy entrusting your fate to the roll of fickle dice, right, Lady Berncastle? When I roll the dice, I have a roll I clearly want to get, unlike you. You, on the other hand, never let the dice fall from your hand. So, whatever the roll might have been, you're never disappointed. Why do they keep teleporting everywhere? Why am I reading chat? If you could teleport everywhere, wouldn't you? Whatever roll the dice show, whatever roll the dice show you, you are satisfied without fail. In that sense, you far surpass me. You're one I really don't want to fight with. Inside of you, there's nothing but 0. That's why I can't win against you with my power. It's the worst compatibility. Perhaps Lambda Delta, on the other hand, has a good compatibility against you, since she would be able to kill your endless nature. Cackle, 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 cackle. Loves cackling! Oh yes, witches truly are the best people to enjoy black tea with. One doesn't get bored. Cackle, cackle. Then, I'm relieved. Boredom is the only poison that can kill me. So don't kill me, okay? Lady Beatrice, endless witch. If such is your wish, I, Beatrice, shall show you an even better time. In that case, wouldn't it be best if I brought the next chessboard in right away for us to flip? It seems the next tale would do more for you than another cup of black tea. Just wait for a moment. Here, next tale with another cast of characters and also for no reason at all, still Battler. For just with the crew, just still somehow, just for a moment. The cackle, cackle. Something troublesome seems to have taken a liking to you. I'd really like to lend you my power, but as you just heard, that girl's power and mine have a very bad compatibility. Are you talking to me? Unfortunate as that may be, but you really are pitiful, so I'll help you out just a bit. First of all, about that girl. She does have the name Beatrice, but that doesn't necessarily mean she is one individual woman. Get what I mean? In other words, she's not some human. Her existence is a personification of the rules of this world. To beat her, you have to expose the rules of this world and unravel them. Perhaps this can be likened to learning the rules of chess by watching a game. First, take a good look at the chessboard. Then learn the movements and roles of the pieces. Then look for the conditions required to win at her game. When you've managed to reveal all these things, her heart will be exposed. After that, you can rip it apart or crush it as you please. I am being quite generous. In the past, when I had a human body, it took me 100 years to notice even this much. This is my meager farewell gift to you, the pitiful one captured by Bito. It's just like a spoon. A spoon can be used for more than just drinking soup. It can also be ice cream. You can use it to dig through the prison you're locked in, or as a weapon to gouge the witch's eyes out. Of course, you can also use a spoon to continually sip the watery soup inside your eternal cell. Don't get the wrong idea. I have no intention of becoming your ally. I do feel empathy for you, but I won't help you. It's like I'm sitting in front of the television, yelling at you on the other side, even though my voice won't reach you. So, you understand that I'm a witch, right? Therefore, I intend to enjoy this endless tale that Bito is going to weave until I tire of it, but that alone won't hold my interest. That's why I'll lend you my power. It's also that I don't get tired of this. I am the cruelest witch in the world. Whoever the opponent may be, I'll make them surrender with certainty, even if it's Beatrice, the endless witch, okay? You are my game piece. Give it your best shot. I'll give you advice sometimes, out of her sight. Don't bore me, okay? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Aw, giggle versus cackle! Time for more credits? This sound reminds me of something. What does it remind me of? Addition of new game board. The next episode's lock has been removed. Addition of new features. You can find these new features on the title screen. It's another menu. Tips. Take a look back on your recent stay. We hope this will help you better recall the events of the past 2 days. Now there are fish. Can I do this? What the Oh, okay. Okay, it's bugging out. First Twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Land and offered up as a sacrifice. Okay. Stake of Asmodeus, stake of Beelzebub. Beelzebub has a devil put aside for stake of Mammon, stake of Satan, stake of Lucifer, stake of Belphegor, stake of Leviathan. Okay, we read this. Will the witch invite this man who denied her existence to the Golden Land? Okay, so I really thought that the Twilights were every night, but it's not. It's just they're murders or deaths. Okay. I don't understand. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. Like this all happened. So is it like behold the sweet fish rivers travel down this However, Kinzo-sama did append a special clause to the contract so that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor. If, and only if, that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my rights to the gold and the interest for all eternity. Special clause. Beatrice retains the right to collect the gold and accumulated interest upon the termination of the contract. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. The collection of the interest will proceed shortly, but if any of you fulfills the terms of the special clause, I shall return everything, including the portion that has already been collected. Furthermore, as the first step in this collection of Kinzo-sama's debt, I have taken possession of the Ushiromiya family head's ring, which signifies the passage of the Ushiromiya family headship from one individual to another. I ask that you confirm this yourselves. Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. What? The rules apply equally to those who can read the epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Tonight I shall ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama and to the fullest. Okay. So these are not instructions. This is something that's going to happen, but somewhere in here is the location of the gold is hidden. Wait. T-O-O-O-O-S? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 toes? The gold is in his toes! No, what the fuck? Like first, second, third, fourth words? Behold, you... who... No, that's not it. Okay. Okay. So there's like a secret in here somewhere. Okay. All right. So I didn't have that at all. That's cool that it makes you think it's something you have to do with the beach scene, but no, it's what's gonna happen, and there's a secret in here somewhere. Okay. A sawed-off custom version of a rifle manufactured during the golden age of Winchesters. This special model more than makes up for its shorter lethal range by its portability and I don't remember having this on here. Old-time cool factor, it can even be fired as quickly as a pistol if one works the lever action skillfully enough. Yeah, levering's kind of busted. Furthermore, any true lover of old Western dramas can't help but be attracted to the one-handed reload made possible by its characteristic lever handle. To match with Kinzo's personal preferences, it was made to handle .45 long Colt bullets. It holds 4+1 rounds. The 7 stakes of purgatory, stakes containing the 7 magics that represent the 7 deadly sins. In accordance with their users' orders, they bury themselves into the desired location of the desired target with perfect accuracy. Because they flit about at ultra-high speeds and change their trajectories at will by bouncing off walls and the like, they have no blind spots and will hit their targets without fail, no matter what form of cover they might be hiding behind. Furthermore, it is possible to change the force they hit with depending on the part of the body at which they strike. They are extremely powerful weapons, but they cannot target pure people who have not committed one of the 7 deadly sins, or people who have a strong resistance to magical power. Does Battler have a strong resistance to magical power because he doesn't have the gene or whatever? Okay. Huh. So what sins did they all commit? Who got staked? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. What's Kumasawa's sin? Ava's very sinful. Hideyoshi's very sinful. Kinzo, definitely sinful. Canon? What was Canon's sin? Disagreeing with the witch? That can't be a sin. Genji? What was Genji's sin? Nanjo? Oh yeah, Nanjo's done some fucked up shit for sure. 100%. 100%. Some crazy ass shit, man. What's execute and resurrect? This is save and load, I'm guessing. Can I click this? Oh shit! I killed her! No! Oh shit! Oh sh... I want to execute the witch. What a useless dream to try and kill me despite being a mere human. Fire your bullets and they will merely reflect back towards you like the light off a mirror. However, there does exist just one way to kill me. You hold that method in the palm of your hand, though I doubt one as mediocre as you could ever pull it off. I'm just going to keep doing it over and over and over again. Oh, did she get mad? Missing. Okay, that's cool. All right. So are we done? Mouse, is this where you wanted me to get to? Almost the 5.5 hours. Okay. You done? Okay. Can I read this? Good morning. The Golden Witch eagerly awaits your arrival. Please do grant her that wish. Were you able to get a good rest and perfect your strategy? The witch expects a lot from you and is more than ready to launch an assault right from the start. I also look forward to seeing your strategy. The difficulty level is extreme. The witch intends to make you surrender all at once. Can I save it? Or is it already saved? Okay, you know what? I just want to see where we are. Okay? That's it. And I'm going to save it right in front of it. Okay, here we go. I just want to see the first scene. That's it. Where are we? Where are we? This story is very obviously fictional and fantastical in nature. Is it? I believe. Any resemblance to existing individuals or organizations is highly coincidental. George-sama, please look. Alright, live fish reaction. Alright. Alright, there we go. That's it. I just want to see where we are. Oh no! Save it! No, I don't want to see! Alright, it's an episode 2 sandwich. There we go. How do I leave? How do I quit? There we go. I'm looking. More Umi tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow is the normal Umineko day. Yeah, for sure. We should probably do more tomorrow, right? Okay, hold on. This was a lot of reading, and I didn't get much sleep, okay? So, I don't promise, but I will try, okay? I can't promise, but I will try. Umineko Saturday will continue tomorrow, okay? We'll try. Thank you for the bits, Eversy. Aren't you glad Steins Gate won instead of Umineko? I feel like you gave bits last stream, Eversy, and I didn't read it, but I was getting really tired toward the end of last stream, so I'm not sure. Therefore, more than anything else, he wants to ream more Umineko right now. Basic typo, laugh at this chatter. Thank you, Pincerata, for the bits. Specific bits. I won't be able to tune in tomorrow's stream, but today's stream made everything worth it. Welcome to this wild ride, cackle E. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for gifting a sub to Burn Castle, the nice witch, maybe. Thank you, TF126 for the bits. A lot of bits, 1,000 bits. But the vegetables, guys, come on. This was peak cinema. I cannot wait until Joe finishes all 8 episodes of Umineko to tell us how Steins Gate is still the worst thing he's ever read. I look forward to your explanation. And as someone who's read all episodes of Umineko, it doesn't get better. For you, that is. As a viewer, I'm loving the Umineko streams. And hey, if you end up genuinely liking Umineko, that's great too. I love Umineko despite its issues. JPH live chandelier reaction. Thank you, Peepo. Thank you. Little sun deer about Umineko. I gotta say. Is there a raid target? If Greg's live, that would be lovely. But if Greg isn't live, then who are we raiding? Thank you, Captain Cobalt, for the resub. Thank you. Thank you, Pincerod, for some more bits. Instead of doing Tataris grinding off screen, it's time for Joe to stare at the tip screen and try to solve episode 1. Thank you, Crimsano Cat, for the resub. Complexity and with very complex methods. It tracks meta user. Thank you very much for the resub. Welcome. And Avarice with a last 100 bits. Can I get a marble as compensation for unread bits? You're an empath, aren't you? No, you can't get a marble for unread bits, but maybe some highlighters will get us some surprise marbles closer to the race, perhaps. Who knows? I want your thoughts now that episode 1 is done, please. I really enjoyed it, and I barely remember the slowness of the beginning. So, like, I don't know. I feel like after the parlor scene, it was paced really well. I don't think there's a single scene that I would have cut after the parlor. I mean it, not a single scene I would cut. There are lots of lines of dialogue I would cut and lots of lines of prose that I would cut for sure, but not a single scene. Like, all the scenes were worth it, contributed to what was going on. Like, I'm really interested to see where it goes. Yeah, absolutely. It was very surprising. I wasn't expecting it to be like a kind of a looping story sort of thing, or that's what I'm assuming right now. Like, it seems like we're gonna see the characters again. I don't know. Umineko reminder joke. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. The beginning, it's to be cut in half to a third. Gotta remember, hold the course. Fucking hodl. Okay, who are we rating? Current rateable channels: Brandaniel of Please Stop Talking, Shempai, Squeaks, and Kriken. Who does chat want me to raid? Rentis is saying Kriken. Do we think that we like Kriken? Someone else is saying Kriken. Someone else is saying Shempai. Kriken or Shempai? Kriken or Shempai? Okay, I feel like Kriken has got it, so we're gonna raid Kriken. Okay. One new raid. There we go. Is that Kriken? Raid phrase? Just Joms. It's always Joms. Or live chandelier reaction if you want, because that's the new emote. Yep. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. I hope that this was a good stream. I feel like it might be an all-timer. I'm not sure. It was hard to judge. I was barely reading chat for any of the streams, so I don't know how you guys were reacting to it. It was really fun to stream with Greg. It was very, very interesting. Very interesting. Greg's such a cool dude, man. Anyway, I'll see you all tomorrow, probably, but if not, I'll see you on Tuesday. See you later.